Alrighty, we are live. Welcome everybody to another live stream. Yes, I'm playing the same thing again because, quite frankly, I don't want to get spoiled on this, so the sooner I beat it, the less likely that is. That's about my only reasoning. That is it. But hello. I'll give everybody a bit to hop in, etc. Since the stream notification just went out. Be a bit much if I started already. Water. Glorious. Hello. Welcome. I like how the first thing of the day is just a shocked emoji. Or I guess not an emoji, but it's emoji-esque. I don't know. Words are hard, quite frankly. Let me get a few things set up while I have the chance. But how's everybody doing? Hopefully good. I've had a pretty solid day overall. But without further ado, I think I should at least get the game on screen. Get onto the title screen. Feels fitting. Give me a moment. And there. Get the mail off screen. Move everything over here. Perfect. So, I'm back on Limbus Company. This chapter goes on a while, so we're going right back to it. I don't know what else to say. Looks like I have something I can claim here. Oh, I guess I did do all that. That's fair. Perfect. A few extra bits of loot. And kind of something else here? Ah. There we go. And one more for good measure. So we have that done. Now, from what I'm aware of, there's currently an ID that's kind of a bit broken in terms of how good it is. And I, of course, want it. So, I went ahead and got the required boxes, because gambling seems like a bad idea. And we're going to grab it today. We'll make use of it probably at some point, see what it's like, etc. I think it benefits from having other members present. Like, each given ID works best with their given team. In this case, I think that is particularly true. The Hishu pack. Unfortunately, I don't think I have enough on me to also get Radians. Which is unfortunate, but not a lot I can do about it. But let's go have a look at the Faust. We might as well. So, you are primarily Slash, so you might replace my current choice. Most likely, honestly. I guess I'll just start off with Uptie. Let's see. Usually 2 and 3 are pretty free, so we'll do that regardless. Just have a look at what the base skills look like, and then I'll decide on 4 afterward. We do get a bit of story from doing this. I'm not too interested, but it is a thing. You get this bit here. I don't really want to look at it at the moment, but they're usually pretty cool. I just think that'd be fitting another time. Anyway, so stats. What are we looking at? Rupture, that makes sense. This is a Rupture ID. There's a number of things to this that I'm just not as familiar with. I have a lot of skills. Let's see what Uptie 4 gives it and decide if it's worth it from there. The speed mechanic might be worth uptying for. His coin power is pretty valuable. Hard to go wrong with that. So let's use some of these, because I have a surplus and no Faust shards. and go from there. I feel pretty good. And then, of course, we have to level up the ID, because that's how it goes. Might as well use one of these. There we go. And we've yet to need level 55, but I am probably going to have to start dealing with that soon. We'll see. But other than that, I guess we'll just put them on. Might as well. With that in mind, I think we get back into the chapter now. So last time I left off on good old 8-11, which means we are roughly a third of the way through, ignoring the fact there is a dungeon. The dungeon's gonna... Honestly, it's probably more accurate to say we're like a quarter of the way through. These things go on a while. So this next one involves the thumb, which is interesting. I'm curious how that's gonna go. Like last time. I am gonna switch out the Honglu identity I'm using currently, just because they're in the thumbnail. I might as well get use out of good old gambling Honglu. But otherwise, I think we'll just go. Ooh, we have reached a point where it's like you should consider raising the levels rather. That is concerning, but I'll probably be fine. So where are these guys? Okay. That's fine, I suppose. Let's do it. Do I want to attack the counter dice? At least I think I'll offset that one, because I wouldn't have done much damage in the first place. Let's just take the counter. I think it'll be fine. I'm not that worried. We just hope for winning clashes otherwise, though. Let's see if I regret my decision. There is some unbreakable coins in there, which is a bit rough, but we do have green. So we might be able to... Nope, never mind. Not by any means. Still, we greatly lower the damage dealt, so not too bad. Honestly, I'm not sure why. I think you're just a leftover. I theoretically shouldn't have brought you. You're not very good for this. Oh well. We hope for the best. That's all I really can do in the end. Still, the battle's not going terribly, I would say. Nice. Also nice, since in the end, a one clash works for me. I forget, does that work? No. It has to be a kill. I have not used Gambler Honglu in so long. And right there, the poison. True, true, true. Do that just simply for the dominating clash. Otherwise, just some basic moves, honestly. I don't anticipating needing much if a majority of them are staggered. And some good damage in there, I'd say. Alrighty, so overall I think this battle's going a lot more smoothly than how we ended off last time. I think I was just tired, honestly. These guys are not that threatening. But who knows? Might as well use an ego. I don't know why I have such random ego equipped, but it works. Honestly, I probably just equipped stuff without thinking, I would imagine. But hey, this was pretty funny. I'll take it. Alrighty. Ideally, I think we'll be getting through this battle pretty soon. These guys don't seem to stand much of a chance. That one might do some damage, unless we stagger it. Nice! You love to see it. You love to see it. Got more of these guys inbound. Alrighty, that's what we can do. That is a counter. We could opt to just not deal with it, but that I think would just not work in this instance. So let's just go with that. We'll take the counter. We'll hopefully stagger them, but I don't hold high hopes in that plan. That was good. But inevitably, yeah, counter. Not too much damage. That's fine. Get some good damage here. Nice, nice. Get some damage in. Perfect. Yeah, okay, they're getting a bit in with the rupture, but honestly not terrible. I think we're managing okay. Not too worried. Things are at least going smoothly. Surprised he even rolled tails at all, to be honest. And yeah, I guess one more from Shank. That's good. Another one down. Got one more on the field. Real quick, I do want to look. It does look like pure CIDs are better for these, which I hadn't really been considering, but honestly, we're right at the end. Just end it. Doesn't matter. Kill him! Please. I would appreciate if I didn't have to fight these anymore. They're scary looking. I do have a snack with me, which I might enjoy in a moment. But it's mostly for just when I need food. Anyway, back to story. Things got chaotic. What remained inside the hall after the battle was devastating. Many in the audience seats had fled, as the seats were once brimming with people were only half filled. And the candidate zone down there here was littered with bodies of candidates who were mauled to death. Meanwhile, the jar monsters, having eaten their fill, had already crawled back into the jar. I looked around and saw some candidates still holding tightly onto the treasures they each had brought to the contest, even as they drew their last breaths. In the midst of the destruction stood the cause of the chaos, watching the slaughter play out with assured confidence. How will you attain freedom from aging? How will you argue freedom from death with minds so dull and bodies so frail? What say you, judges? I present before you not only the clue to immortality, but also a treasure that brings ruin to those who would dare to deceive you. Here is my answer to the perennial question. So you have brought us the clay of the jar. It can be said those who have failed to survive this do not qualify as family hierarch candidates. Yes? Pan of the Zoo family passes. Jeez. I don't see it personally, but apparently he gets to pass. He gets to pass when almost everyone here got killed. All that matters is what he's brought meets their standards. Looks like he managed to get 2 birds with 1 stone. He eliminated the distracting rabble from the competition. If we ever run into that bastard in round 2, you better let me take a few swings at him. 28th candidate, Shi Zen from the Shi family. But no one walked up to the platform. As he has failed to appear, he is eliminated by default. Jie Zhang called a few more names thereafter, but 29th candidate, 30th candidate. The number of candidates has clearly been called. Oh, you think? But none appeared. Disappointingly, MB. Yeah, all the mediocre bunch got wiped out from the attack. That is, yeah. Rough, but true. And the leftovers are exhausted. Ryoshu looked around as though she was doing some sort of critique. That lug. That motherfucker. Goodness, how am I gonna voice you? You seem overly confident. Well, I'll be. Thought you'd gone and vanished into the earth. What the hell are you doing crawling around here? Girl, I saw you giving me the evil eye. At least had the decency to say hi, eh? Ryoshu, that guy's talking to you, right? And in a very, very rare display of raw emotion, I realized that she was anxious and furious. Oh, do you know him? What an absolute unit. Bloke's got to be almost 2 meters tall. Do not look at that man, Dante, and everyone, avert your eyes as well. It is strongly recommended that we do not say a word to him. That's right, you shrimps. You gotta first rack them teensy brains of yours. Gotta think real hard about whether you even come close to my rank before running your mouth. You hear? That shithead Lei Heng. He's a finger. The thumb is a syndicate with the strictest adherence to rigid hierarchical structure, even among the fingers. So that's why this one was called the thumb. Interesting. Okay. And his placement in the hierarchy is the highest even among the capos. His rank is immediately beneath the position of Soto Capo or underboss. A small mistake could drag us into a battle we do not want to fight. Please order everyone not to say a word, Dante. Okay, point taken. He's very different from the other members of the Thumb, I will say. Interesting. I don't know what's going on, but I get it. You're saying that we were this close to having another Ricardo hunting us down, right? Yeah, let's avoid that. Do as Faust asks, everyone. Lei Heng began stomping his way through the crowd toward us, casually but forcefully shoving anyone in his way to his sides. His gait was blasé and brutish, but I noticed his eyes were fixed intently on Ryoshu. It seemed that among the crowd were some people in higher positions as well, but even they either averted their eyes or voluntarily got out of the way. As he marched confidently through the frozen crowd, as though he's familiar with this kind of reception, until a cry rang out from the crowd. You there, you big brute! How dare you block the young master Neng Jingshi's view? I'll have you know that you stand before the retinue of so many words. Nenkong family, the house that shall soon be one of the 4 houses. Ah! Instead of a reply, we heard the blast of gunpowder, then saw the right arm of the man who spoke out catapult into the air. Yeah, point taken. The scream muffled as Lei Heng forcibly shoved his giant hand down the man's throat. Then, with the sound of wet meat being pulled apart, he ripped the entire length of the man's tongue out through the mouth. Hold on. I need a moment. Actually, I should probably close my window. It's a bit late. I'd rather not disturb everybody in the area. Give me a moment. Alrighty, I am back. I can now voice my opinions to my fullest extent, but jeez. Oh, talk about introduction. Young Master Nangongji, ain't ya? You owe me an arm now. Mighty sorry, but you should have kept a tighter leash on your boy's jaw. The young master of some prestigious house presented his right hand. Though it was clear he was utterly terrified, Lei Heng proceeded to grab his hand and break it off his forearm like snapping a twig. I went easy on you, boy. Seeing a friendly face put me in a good mood. Anywho, I don't reckon you missed the spider house. Yeah, I can't imagine why anybody would. Gives me the heebie-jeebies too whenever I gotta swing by. We got some catching up to do later. I'll teach you how to hold your sword real good like back when. Weren't mine the best out of them all? I thought I taught you to make every cut real fucking delicious. Ryoshu, now is not yet the time. Faust whispered to Ryoshu in a low voice without raising her head. Shut up for a damn second. Faust trusts that you still remember the promise you made prior to your employment. Get that stick out of your behind, kiddo. I ain't here to pick you up. I sure as hell ain't trying to teach you a lesson like back when. Your baby's still at the house, ain't that right? Ryoshu was grabbing the hilt of her sword like she was about to unsheath it. Bad idea, don't do that. The same sword she refused to unsheath for the duration of our entire journey. I hadn't thought of that, but that is true. This guy must really get on her nerves. Am I wrong about that? Just what in tarnation happened then? I ain't exactly nose deep in them fellas' business, you gotta understand. Guess something sure as hell went down though, didn't it? No, ain't that something. So, you really fixing to unsheath that blade? Miss Ryoshu. In a quiet but coldly stern voice, Faust calls Ryoshu's name. Yeah, no, Ryoshu is... Ugh. I can only imagine the history. Oh? What? Huh? Ah, dang it. What in gosh dang. Ugh. My bad, y'all. I really gotta take this. It's the underdog's calling. Y'all gotta understand. Alrighty then, I'll meet you later. We can talk about your daddies or shoot some other shit then. See you around, Yoshinide. The strange man turns around and stomps his way through the crowd again, his booming voice reverberating across the entire hall as loudly and boisterously answers the call. So yeah, no, clearly he's... If Ricardo's anything to scale by, please no. I still have trauma from first fighting Ricardo. He's got to be here for the family Hierarch war, right? The outcome of the family Hierarch evaluation determines the immediately foreseeable future of H-Corp, which brings parties of varying, possibly clashing interests here. Hey, Heathcliff. Noticed you didn't rush ahead this time. I was worried it was going to be like the time with the middle. Ooh. I know a thing or two about the thumb from back in my syndicate days. And about what happened with the middle. Like I said, I had no bloody idea who those things belonged to. Besides, that sod is more powerful and violent than Ricardo, an individual we had encountered in the past. The thumb commands its own manner of terror and violence, unlike that of the middle. As we were all sharing our impressions of Lei Heng, I found Ryoshu frozen in place, in the same position she'd been when Lei Heng walked past her, spacing out. All the way to the pinky, huh? Ryoshu muttered something to herself, as even further chaos was about to overtake the crowd and the candidates. 32nd candidate, Jie Yu. Jie Yang called on the next candidate, and at the mere mention of the name, the chaos that had swallowed the hall immediately settled into a hushed silence. Ain't these ones familiar? Great. Jie Yu watched up to the platform, unaccompanied by his own faction, but not alone. Who are those people next to him? I've never met them before. Then that must mean their big brother Jie Yu's answers to immortality. Who could they possibly be? Neither of them appear to be particularly skilled in combat. Yeah, they're both constantly looking around like they're nervous. They are... Faust believes they are survivors of the library. Interesting, because I didn't look very closely at them, but I didn't recognize them at the least. Survivors? The only ones who survived the impossible, inevitable odds, and the insurmountable force. They're the only survivors who may be able to explain that very force. Possibly. Candidate Hugh of the Gia family. Hugh didn't spend much time behind the curtains. He walked out soon after, his steel expression unchanged from when he entered it. The testimony rings true. They are both survivors of the place that soared beyond the star of the city before it vanished. It is a shame that we were unable to procure ourselves an invitation then. He passes. Hugh's expression did not budge. That has got to be a foreign concept to that guy. Then that covers all the candidates, it seems. With the first round complete, to the 4 families who have graced this hall. Excuse me? Unlike Q, whose appearance plunged the hall into utter stillness, Honglu's sudden interjection roused the room to a roaring chaos of confusion once again. What? I think you might have missed a candidate. What do you mean? I believe we have covered every candidate present in the list. You missed me. Gia Boyu, of the Gia family, will partake in the family Hierarch evaluations. I was gonna say, I didn't think Honglu has gone yet. I was like, did I just not remember? General invitation. Oh! Yeah, that makes sense in hindsight. Like, why I wouldn't remember them. The general invitations just didn't stand out much to me. But to be fair, that's mostly because they're not plot relevant. Okay. Oh, great story. Lots of reading time. Isn't that Gia Boyu? What's that doing here? And what did he just say? I had a feeling this was going to happen, but we really kicked the hornet's nest, huh? Hark one and all, and gaze upon our glory. In the 11th hour doth the final band of heroes arrives. Don Quixote, you never change, do ya? Goodness. He's saying, don't pretend you're not with us, huh? At least give the audience a wave. Guys, I don't think they're taking the announcement too well. A large portion of the audience is vociferously expressing their collective confusion, wrath, and concern. These emotions are expressed by their jaws that have not been opened past a certain degree. As Marisol observed, I realized that the chaos wasn't restricted to the audiences, but the candidates were starting to get agitated too. And there he is, the disgusting, duplicitous bastard who brings annihilation to everyone around him with a silly, innocent smile. Huh? What's going on? I thought Boyu wasn't participating in the Hierarch War. That dumbass. Sink. I get the feeling it doesn't mean what it usually means, but it's just funny to hear Ryoshu say sink. Explain yourself. Now. Miss Sod told me to grab onto your sword like my life depended on it. If you said that exact phrase. Blimey, can't we just... She mentioned you too, Heathcliff. She told me that if you ever said something like, can't we just give him a good beating and be done with it, I should. I'm sorry, that's just too funny to me. Sinclair. What a throwback. Decorum. I demand decorum. I hope you do not mean to risk having your body marred. But withdraw your name. It isn't too late. Now. I'm heading in, Father. 33rd candidate. Let's go, my lucky number. For those who don't know, I just really like the number 33. There's no particular reason. I just do. Sans the Skelefella. Deltarune today. It's past midnight for me. Yeah, no, that's... I fully intend to stream that when it drops tomorrow. That's for sure. Let me just move the chat a bit. It's in a bit of an awkward place. I don't know how I got down there, to be honest. Oh, I see. It's just not cropped properly. In that case, let me switch this perspective real quick. Oh, this one isn't either. What happened? I thought I changed this last time. Hold on. There should... Didn't I crop it to, like, Nope, not that far. Yeah, like that, I believe. And then I just moved it here. I think I need to crop it a tiny bit more, though. Let me just quickly adjust this so this just isn't a problem anymore. I'd rather it just be good. I do wish I could make it so stuff appeared from the top instead of the bottom, but I don't think I can. Yeah, that's just not a setting. We're gonna have a relatively small chat. In fact, I think I'm gonna crop it even further. Apologies though for the slight, I guess, having to mess with things. I just don't know why chat changed. Alrighty, let me just go back here now. And yeah, we should be safe to resume, presumably. At least I don't see why I wouldn't be good to go. And it's not pasted. Why? I just copied it for the express purpose of... I'm sorry, is there multiple? Why is there multiple? It's getting more confusing by the second. There. Chat box. It exists. We should be good now. Bro. Anyway, back to the video game. Come forth. Ready, Dante? I don't know. And? What about you, Ryoshu? I'm itching to get shopping. Need to vent this shitty feeling. Are you sure they're gonna be okay, Faust? This is something that must be done regardless of the soundness of its participants. Faust spoke sternly. I still quite detest this plan. Let's be honest for a sec, are any of us actually happy to go through with this? Okay, I guess there's the one. Honglu, Ryoshu, and I walked up to the platform. Up close, it was much larger, grander, and more imposing than I thought it'd be. Enter the fabric threshold. Hello again. Once we walked past the curtains, as instructed, we saw these three. I'm not even going to try and pronounce three difficult names at once. Waiting for us inside. I know not what in your life beyond the hedges could have wrought this change of heart. But to see you aspire to the heat of Hierarch is indeed a sight most curious. It has been a while, big sister. Has the life in Q Corp been treating you well? I have seen and learned much, as you must have, Boyu. Now I see your true reason for returning home today. I'm sorry, grandmother. I thought better than to let this be common knowledge. So you did. Now that you have revealed your intent, withdrawal is no longer an option. Very well. Now present the answer that you have brought here today. I'm sure you've already sat through many, many people standing in the same place I am now, explain to you what it is they brought. So I suppose you'd much prefer that I give you a straightforward, visual demonstration than make you sit through another 1,000-word lecture. Honglu gave Ryoshu a nod. Yes, I'm okay. Our answer, that we may be able to demonstrate before them, is resurrection via Dante's power, to show them that to us, death is but a temporary setback. And a most dramatic demonstration of the ability would be too. Ha! Just cut him in half. Yeah, I guess that fits. It's just funny to me. Dramatic. But I find it more humorous than disturbing. Just given who did it. Indeed, you have certainly demonstrated something. You're truly the least dreary part of today, Boyu. I see. So the most effective way to do it for me to get killed in front of them. Without any room for ambiguity at that. Yes. Then, does that mean one of us has to, make sure that Honglu no longer lives? Oi, no need to beat around the bush. Remember what we did to each other when we first met? True. True. Then, Heathcliff, is the implication that you are still willing to murder Honglu without hesitation. Murder? Mate, did you really have to put it like... Really, I do not wish to hurt a good companion more than I already have. It may be a stretch to say that this is fortunate, however... We seem to have an individual among us who may be able to carry out the task in a most painless, swift, and unburdened manner. And everyone immediately turned to look at... So, how would you like to be cut? Where's that fucker? Lei Heng. Who's he working with? It seemed that slicing Honglu in half did nothing to distract Ryoshu from her own thoughts. Jiamu watched us in silence, motionless at her seat. You have split his brain in half. You have irreversibly ended this child's life. Not even life insurance shall be able to bring him back now. Boyu! Well then, what will you do now? You have no means to restore this jade of the family. For your transgressions, you will... block. Spin it. And so it turned. In one of the most high-intensity situations I'd ever turned it. The muscle fibers, the nerves, the flesh that was split, all began to reconnect like a rewinding videotape. Huh? Wait, why doesn't this hurt at all? That is a good question. That normally is very painful. Ryoshu's skill with the sword is no joke. I didn't feel even the slightest bit of discomfort. I doubt Honglu even realized that he was dying. Boyu, I truly realize that it has been a while since we've met. He has grown quite bold. I smell beasts. Dark shadows had appeared outside the curtains, surrounding us before I even realized what was happening. Bull, rooster, dragon, monkey. The Haisho are here. The task was to find the answer to freedom from aging and death. Not to break a taboo and participate in the destruction of our home. It has not been long since the family that once led H-Corp was brought to ruin. No arbiter nor claw shall ravage the family of Hong Yuan again. Yejun appeared ready to command the Haishu to kill us all, but... Jiamu silenced her with a wave of the hand. You will wait. Venerable Jiamu, once the resurrection is complete, the head will... We must end this before they... Hold for but 15 minutes at least. To be rash in judgment is to judge incompletely. I wish not to lose either our treasure and a clue to immortality. And Honglu was whole again. Thank you, Ryoshu. It really didn't hurt at all. And you too, Dante. NP. For once, the acronym might just be no problem. Grandmother, big sister... I still can't pronounce that. Did you see that? This is the immortality I found. Are we safe? If aught be owed, a swift vengeance shall arrive in time. It is simply yet to return. Jiamu's quiet utterance seems to dissipate the forces that had surrounded us outside the curtains. Jiaboyu, in the first round of the family Hierarch evaluations, you pass. Boyu of the Jia family passes. What trickery is this? No one is happy. No one is happy. I thought he was off on some sightseeing tour away from Hongyun like some jobless rich kid. When did he even manage to find his own answer? Thus ends the first round. Those who pass must prepare for the second round, set to commence tomorrow. Remember, the candidates are barred from harming one another between now and the commencement of the second round of evaluations. This is your one and only rule. Thus remember it well. Anyone who dare break it shall immediately be disqualified. That is all. As soon as Jia Zhang announced the end of the first round, everyone in the audience seat began rushing to the first floor. Getting mixed up in the crowd's probably not a great idea. Let's get out of here. Indeed, let us immediately return to Honglu's room. And we decided to slip out of here before the curious crowd swept us away. However, as we turned around to leave... Oh, hi. You're scary. Stood Jia Q in our path. Oh, Big Brother Q, congratulations on passing the first round. I hear that you have passed as well, young master. Congratulations are in order, it seems. How is it you, young master, who has not shown an inkling of ambition toward the seat of Hierarch, suddenly emerges as one of its candidates, positively stealing the show? Well, you know, sometimes people get swept up by random surges of ambition. Wasn't that surge of ambition your company's, and not young Master Boyu's? Well, if our last meeting didn't confirm it, it sure seems like they know us well. We have not impressed upon you enough that we were to nicely remain within the borders. Instead, he sparked such disorder at the fringes of his perimeter. I had thought that his only role in this design would be to be played as a pawn by Jiajun. No more. My lord, perhaps you have overestimated this young master. Are you still of the belief that inaction is a path without consequences? I didn't even say hello to you earlier, Brother Q. Buyu of the Jia family formally extends his greetings to you. Way to dodge the question. I realize that this may be the first time we're meeting face to face since I reached adulthood. Speaking of which, did you ever manage to stitch Big Brothers you of the Quinto's heads back onto their bodies? Heathcliff was the first to let out a flabbergasted gasp before the other sinners followed suit. I guess that's just how siblings in Hongyuan greet each other, huh? Seems like Miss Bauchi was the particularly nice exception. You ask a question that deserves no answer. You have arrived here, unprepared, yet ready to cast yourself into the flames, all for the mere reason that your turn had come. If your mind hasn't changed, then it would have been wise to remain unseen and unnoticed as you were. Yes, thank you for your concern. This facade of wisdom and pensiveness worn upon your speech is truly intractable. Do I do that? Noticing Jia Q's hand tighten around his weapon, Ishmael immediately jumped in. Oh, in case you forgot, there's a rule preventing candidates who pass the first round from killing each other. Hopefully I'm not the only one who remembers that. If you're going to continue to bully us, don't be surprised if there's consequences. Otis, you've finished the preparations, right? The reinforcements are standing by the front gates. Huh? What reinforce? Which is why I'm warning you that taking any rash action prior to the start of the second round could result in a pointless skirmish for both of us. Oh, Heathcliff, you almost ruined the lie. Come on, man. A loud boast from an illusionary army in an entry fortress, though I believe that sheer might is hardly the quality one should flaunt. Ugh. I am not intent on fighting you here. Jia Buyu, you will beget great suffering by endeavoring to embrace beyond your abilities. Yet if he still wishes to challenge and be broken, then perhaps that outcome is simply meant to be. And with that, they turned around and left us. It seemed that they were only here to give us a warning. What a relief. I thought we'd have to fight Jia Q and his Heishu pack. They did see right through us in the end, but hey, nice teamwork, Otis. What unbelievable impudence. Did you notice how they do not even glance at the rest of us through the entire exchange? Yu Bochai appeared out from a pillar before walking up to Honglu. You passed the first round! I'm so happy for you, Boyu. Seriously, what's going on here? I didn't even imagine in my wildest dreams that you'd be participating in the Friendly Hierarch War. I swear voicing females will never be my strong suit. Congrats to you too, Big Sister Bochai, for passing the first round. Gathering from the fact that you hid it from me, even me, you really didn't want anyone to know, right? Yes, I imagine I would have been kicked up quite the ruckus with everyone. Now I'm starting to feel kind of bad about this. Somehow, we ended up lying to everyone. Hey, don't beat yourself over it. Own it instead. Well, if it's all the same to you, then I want to say that I'm happy you decided to take part. I was worried that you might have actually left Angren so far away from me again by the time I was finished with the Family Hierarch War. That would have been too bad. So I'm glad we're able to spend more time together, even as contestants. The more we chat, the more I become certain you're going to suffer a horrible fate. I hate it, because... Getting attached to characters in Project Moon games is a mistake. Never do it. Don't forget to say hello and give me a wave if we ever run into each other. Okay? That or betrayal, which would equally suck. But that's also possible. She left us to rejoin her faction, leaving sweetly as she did so. And just like that, this bit's over. Another story bit done. Ooh, we're right back into stories. How much story is there? Come on. Alrighty. You have returned, young master. I complain in the moment, but the reality is Project Moon and they make great stories from what I've seen of the past two games. Lobotomy Corporation, Library of Arena, both games. I enjoyed them both thoroughly. The stories did not fail at all. It's just so much reading all at once with this, I guess. You have returned, young master. Yep. Good evening, Zirin. Zirin bowed wordlessly in that same detached coldness we sensed earlier. She did not seem at all excited about her master's success today, nor did she appear to be concerned about him. A letter has arrived for you, young Master Boyu. You didn't even try to hide the fact that the envelope was tampered with, did you? My responsibility was to deliver the letter. To protect its integrity was not one of my obligations. What a loophole. Honglu, are you sure she's your maidservant? It's okay. She's not wrong. Jiren, can I ask you something? Jia Ling promised to play rock tossing game with me, but I can't find him anywhere. That's, well, let's see. How many numbers have you learned so far, young master? Jian and I learned up to 10. Then I'll be back after 100 nights sleeps. Sleep 10 nights, 10 times, then that's 100 nights. Whoa, that's cool. So cool. Jian, you're so smart. Oh, it's nothing. It's something we all learned growing up. Jian, I slept 10 nights, 10 times. But I still don't know where Jia Ling's gone. Yeah, that... Ugh. Did I say that young Master Jia Ling was to return? You said he'd be back after 100 nights. Oh. 100 nights is hardly enough, young master. It will take at least 1,000 nights. See, you're just pushing the problem back further. Honglu isn't just gonna forget. Given what they did to him. I see. You're smart as always, Zirin. Young master, it's been years, but young master Jia Ling's body is still decaying. He has lost control over half his body. Even after he was fed the boluses I sent him? I was told to relay that your boluses were useless, young master. The decay has reached his brain, and I overheard that the other servants gossip that it is impossible to recover from such a wound. The body is functionally dead. Death would be preferable, in fact. So give up your naive hope and forget about him. You're always so smart, Zirin. I will now read the letter, Executive Manager. Right. Yeah. As I stood there pondering, Otis walked up to the front with the letter in hand. This is from Manager Sod. Hello, everyone. Heard you managed to pass the first round. I wrote this letter before I heard the news, actually. You wouldn't even be reading this letter if you hadn't passed. Okay, I was gonna say you caught on really, really fast. But no. Okay, fine. The heck? But let's save the celebrations for later. The real game starts in round 2. The other candidates must have been making alliances, strategies, sharing information about the next round. Meanwhile, you guys stumbled around, aimless and alone, before returning to your lodging. And here you are now, reading my letter. Is she watching us from somewhere? But not to worry. For your team specifically, round 2 doesn't require much strategizing, because it'll be messy and continuous battle after battle. So battle on, as you always do. Huh? It's what you do best, right? Hold on. I would like to go into more detail in this letter, but I'm sure this letter will be, and has been, most likely, intercepted by someone from the other candidates' clans or coalitions. So in order for you to obtain your objective, you'll have to rely on what you've learned and gained so far, your intuition and fearlessness. Like I said earlier, we have but one purpose. Contextual clues suggest that the one purpose is implied to be come in second place and obtain the golden bow. Well, that wraps up everything then. Oh, one last thing. Shameless curs who have rested their eyes upon the contents of this letter without authorization shall be struck down with a curse of misfortune that lasts generations upon generations. Ne'er shall they ever be successful in any endeavor, regardless of nature. Okay. The bottom part of the letter's been torn off, huh? What a way to end a letter. So, does anybody know what to expect in round 2? That letter really didn't help us with anything at all. It would be better to learn the exact rules on site and hear from the organizers themselves. It is likely there'll be forces who already have their ears on us. Executive Manager, there is someone by the door. Right on cue, eh? I don't think that's what this is. Oh? Damn it! Grab your weapons! Prepare for battle! Yeah, we're fine. Well, presumably. I guess we're not really on the same team anymore, but I think we're fine. Despite our rush, the person by the door was none other than Jia Jun. She wore an expression that had somehow grown quite familiar with by now. An interesting combination of annoyance and disappointment. Why do I ever expect anything better from you anymore? So you're just opening your front door to anyone, without even checking who knocked. Just like that. I thought you were done talking with... no! Quick, history, come back, give me the line. Yeah, we can be pretty heedless from time to time. But I don't think anyone intending to kill us would have the decency to stand and hesitate in the front door wondering if she should knock or not. Earlier in round 1, you had yourself killed in front of Jia Mu and Big Sister June. Or however you pronounce that, didn't you? And revived yourself in front of them too, I presume. Yes? Why even go that far, huh? What's gotten into you, brother? Family hierarch? Really? Why now? Why all of the sudden? I can tell, just from that look on your face, that you couldn't care less about something like the family hierarch. Is that really it? That they told you to do it? June, imagine, just for the sake of it, what if our actual goal isn't to come in first place? Do you seriously expect me to believe that? Right? Totally, heck. I wouldn't buy that either. Anyways, I'm not here to ally or parley with you. I'm never, ever doing anything like that with you again, brother. It'll be nighttime soon, you know? And your room's always been so dark because you barely let so much as a ray of moonlight in. Seems like she's warning us that we'll be visited by some uninvited guests soon. Yes, no way they're letting you, a sudden, unforeseen variable, spend the night in peace. But didn't they warn us earlier that round 2 candidates were prohibited from hurting each other? I see. The only thing that matters is the exact wording of the law, not the spirit of it. You can just send people you hired. Right, they won't intervene as long as the candidate's not trying to kill a fellow candidate. Literally, with their own hands. So don't trust anyone, even your maidservants. Thanks for coming here in person, Jijun. Tomorrow, we'll really be enemies. I know it's too late to change anything, but tomorrow... Jijun stumbled over her words, trailed off, then turned around and left as though she had swallowed what she wanted to say. When she expressed a wish to visit you herself, I made 3 attempts to talk her out of it. It was highly impertinent of someone of my station to advise against her 3 times, yes, but I implore you all to know that her choice to come here was not an easy one. I know this question can sound a bit nosy, but are things okay over there? We will face the trial to the best of our abilities. I wish with all my heart that our paths will not cross tomorrow. And I share his sentiment. I wish not to bring harm to them, nor do they to us in turn. Well, when's anything ever gone as we wished, eh? But Heathcliff sounded just as uneasy. That makes sense. Okay, at least that was a fairly short bit. Can rest my voice a bit as we go into... Well, maybe not necessarily rest it, but at the very least there should be less reading in a actual level. Actually, I did not look at the... Oh, it's just slash. Literally just bring in slash IDs. Okay. Let's try out the new one. I haven't tried it yet. I want to. You using 6 centers instead of 7 on purpose, or... Well, yeah, no, I'm just dumb. I'm just dumb. I forgot that was a factor. I'm gonna be honest. And you reminded me, so I don't have an excuse. I'm just stupid, basically. Oh, moon, once it waxes and wanes. Oh, water, once it fills and overflows. For all lights must go out, the night is still. It's time. Sharpen your senses. Hey, what are some known infiltration routes for the building our enemies could use? Wait, why am I inconsistent? I'm not sure exactly what you mean by that, to be honest. 6, 7. Oh. I see. I see. It's a fair question. A fair question. Hey, what are some known infiltration routes for this building that our enemies could use? Anywhere, really. As long as the assassin is willing to put their mind to it. There was this one time when they suddenly appeared under my bed. That sounds... kinda terrifying. Hello, Blazer Haze. Welcome. Ryoshu, who was leisurely puffing her cigarette as the sinners were looking around on full alert, suddenly pointed up. Up. Ceiling. Someone just landed above us. Deltarune today, peeps. True, but not for another 9 or so hours. Ah, so they're hiding in the ceiling. There must be more waiting for us just out the door. Hung Lu spoke casually, as though he was expecting to have them join us for tea or something. Impressive. You're pretty sharp. The sinners all whipped around and swung their weapons toward the voice, but... the assassin dodged back with ease and began chugging from a gourd in his hand. Wait, this smells like... Is that Zod drinking on the job? Give me a break. I'm an old guy on the night shift. I say I deserve a drink. Our target's young Master Giaboyo. Let's kill him quick and call it a night. With that, the enemies began flooding the room. Oh boy. I guess straight into battle then. Let's see. Got some counters in there. We could honestly just offset them. Let's see if they got any passives worth noting. When hit during the combat phase, 10% damage for the turn. When hit during the combat phase, on clash win, 20% damage. Okay. Prioritize this Honglu. Makes sense. At 70% plus HP at turn end, if unit failed to hit Honglu with the skill, gain 1 attack power down next turn. At less than 70% HP, at turn end, if this unit failed to hit Honglu with the skill, inflict 1 more bleed and bleed count during next turn. Okay. So in other words, they get a little bit stronger after we get their HP down a bit. But till then, they actually gain less. That's fine, honestly. I'm not too worried. Let's see. So that's a counter. Honestly, it's not the worst counter I've seen. I believe that'll be fine. You have a counter, right? Yeah, let's use that. We'll do this. That isn't great odds. Surprisingly. I guess we'll see how that goes. I feel like it could work. I'm just not sure. Alrighty. The counters don't look too bad, so we're just gonna go with it. Besides, got slash. Should be fine. There's one staggered. Nah. That's rough. Okay. So that's our first turn. We've got a neutral match. A lot of neutrals, huh? I'm already right back to the counter. Can I do it twice? I can. Struggling. I honestly should probably get rid of you. You're just not cutting it, it feels like. I mean, we can do that, but that just means we're going to get in damage. It's not a power counter. That could work, but I'm not filled with confidence. Nah, let's do that. Might as well. Doing my best here. I think we got that one. Nice. That was a clash I was kind of worried about. So that works well. Alrighty. Things are going pretty well, I would say. Not quite killed any yet, but, you know, it works. This does look like it's an enemy-based battle, so I'm just going to do that. Oof, struggling. Ah, because they're rolling 20. You know, why not? I have the resources. Might as well. Yeah, you're pretty much almost dead anyway. Okay. I've never actually played Limbus Company. Seems fun? Yeah, no, I would say so. And as far as gacha games go, it's also pretty friendly, I would say. Alrighty. Things are going pretty well clash-wise. I'm not too worried about this battle. I think all in all, chances are I'm just going to win either way. Alrighty. A few more to go. We got a surprisingly wide range of sanity. Some people are at like 10 or 9 and others are at 39, 42. It's usually just one or the other, not a range. I find that sort of funny. Let's get that favorite clash in. But all in all, I think we're pretty solid. Alright, some good damage. Okay. Yep, we win the clash. We win the... Yeah, let's go! I figure worst comes to worst, he loses, and then they take massive damage. Big deal. A red fan just says, what? I don't know what in reference to, but nonetheless. I think at this point, I'm just gonna hit damage. Sanity's high. These guys haven't been that threatening. Let's go for it. Alrighty. Going well. Going well. Yeah, no, I'm not worried at all. It's going way too well. Oh, he used that twice. Let's go. Let's go. Feeling good. Feeling good. I love that Mutilate can do that. More bang for my buck is always nice. Or in this case, move. The celebration of that clash win with Marisol. I mean, I'll take more sanity in the end. In general, I'm happier when things win. I don't care if it was a win or a loss, I guess, but I was leaning more toward win, to be honest. I know, I can do more damage. But also winning clashes feels good, I'm sorry. I could just swap you to the other one. Let's do that. It feels a bit more fitting. Alrighty. Second set. Immediately struggling. Great. I think I can do that now, but I don't know if it'll do me much good. Especially since it's only getting damage in after the fact. So I don't see that struggling clash working out. So let's do that. Another one? I mean, power counter, obviously, but even then, the odds don't go up much. And I guess from there, we just go. Unfortunately, I don't have much else I can do other than power counter. Just kind of how it is. Darn. Get some damage in. Nice. Okay. Immediately back to struggling. Y'all were jokes earlier. What happened? I'm surprised that clash is so close. Maybe because they have more sanity, I guess. Let's use a stronger one just in case. I'm not as concerned as the game is making it out to be, though. I guess better odds with Mutilate. Marginally. But in the end, you would have had to roll hits twice, so I get it. Oh, come on! Honglu, my man, please. Making me look bad. That should work. Let's just do that. Nice. Not nice. Okay, thank you for making up for it. Get one unbreakable coin in there. That's okay, I don't mind much. Ah. Honglu, you're really disappointing me here, buddy. Oh, that's not... How you do this? IDs, you're failing me. Neutral's always a gamble. I know. I tried. Honglu died. I'm disappointed. Y'all are doing garbage. People! I might finally give in and level them. I have the tickets for it. I just wanted to see if I could get how far I could get. I don't actually have fluid stack on Faust. That's surprising. To be fair, I organized all the egos ages ago. I don't want you to retreat. I forget that's a detail I have to consider. Honestly, this power counter doesn't give me much confidence. Yeah, oh well. Can at least raise everybody's sanity a bit with the ego. Except for Faust, because that doesn't work anymore. I was about to say, can you roll tails once? Alright, so we do a bit of ego use, that's fine. Need a little sanity. Not shocked. Still, at least of all clashes you could lose, it was that one. And then I could proceed to roll tails every time. 20 sanity, I thought it would go better. I may expect perfect, but I thought maybe like half. No. I'm not losing this. I refuse. A lot of unopposed. We should be able to stagger you though, so I'm not worried. There is you, which could be troublesome, but I don't think it'll do too much. Just feel like that. Okay. I'm feeling decently good about this still. It's just gone a lot more rockily than last time. Like, they went from jokes to actually proving somewhat troublesome. Okay. Nice. I think I've made up for it though, although Hongdu died. Very unfitting. Let's just finish him off. Hopefully. Can we stop losing clashes? Please? People, come on. I have like one request. Okay, at least broke the coin. That's something. I'm feeling pretty good about this. Luckily in these single battles, I don't really have to worry much. The longer battles, I might have to change out the team slightly, especially given Radion's more good for shorter battles. Do we go straight to the next night ambush? I guess so, but I might actually level my people now, because we're starting to see diminishing results. Honglu has to be in it, that's fine. So Honglu, you did the roughest, I felt like, so let's level you first. Am I that meticulous with leveling people? Yes. I think next up you would probably benefit. Okay. I guess I should also level you while I'm at it. Honestly, I think the only one I'm hesitant to level is probably... Oh, that was not enough, surprisingly. There we go. Yeah. Just leveling people in preparation, because Lord knows the level requirement's only going to go higher. Surprising. Just go like that. Getting lazier. And that's all the current IDs. I haven't really used you before. I think you're also pretty good. I don't know really how to use you, though, is the thing. That's why I hesitate. Might as well at least update you. If nothing else, you're viable. You're just more lead-based. I don't know if you quite fit as well. No, I'm not going to view the story either for you. I'm just not here for that. Skip! So far, you've mostly just leveled from being present. It's not really a waste to use the ticket on you. And then I'll also level you up so you can participate. Enjoy! Alrighty, let's get back on the Kanto. So now that we have you, there's the new team. Hopefully we get back to smooth sailing now. Oh, okay, we're starting off with a bit of banter. Okay. Ew, still working at it. It seems as though we are continuously underestimated by our foes. Gee, you made the same mistake. You didn't seriously think that we'd be defeated by such a pathetic force, did you? Pipe down, you're giving me an early hangover. And don't you compare us to a little troublemaker of the Shi family, will you? Be careful, Otis. His combat capabilities are leagues beyond those of his companions. So that's why he's so sure of himself, I see. Identify your name and allegiance. Really? You think I'd just tell you that if you ask nicely? Working in this line of business? I have no name nor allegiance to you, friend. Yeah. Well, I have no name to give. I have a child that others took the liberty of giving me. You tend to pick up on a thing or two after surviving so long. He who emerges with a liquor bottle, only to fade into nightly shadow. The world was designed to call him the Night Drifter of the Drunken Palm. Okay, so you're participating this time, I see. Seems like it's just the wave, but you're a lot stronger. Oh, it's a normal battle. Okay, okay. I can strategize a bit. Hooray! Favored. Okay, we got some decent odds there. Might just go with that, honestly. This. They are unopposed. Makes sense. They're prioritizing Honglu. Which does suck a little bit. So let's do that so we can target this. Which might not work. We're going to try it. But neutral is a gamble. What's this do? Gives some defense. I guess that's fair enough. We do have a struggling move in this. We're gonna need something a bit stronger for that. 17 of it, opposed to 18. It's not great. Neutrals are best odds currently, so I guess we'll go with that. This also just nope, neutral. Alrighty, I think we're gonna go with that. There's two neutrals in there, which not great, but we roll. We roll with it. I should probably look at his passives. I just kind of go into the beginning, not bothering, and then as I go in, I do it. It's weird. I don't know why that's my habit. Okay, we got a hit in. Should win this one too. If he's significantly stronger, I'm glad I decided to level my people first. At the very least, it'll make the battle go faster. Okay, good damage in there. Thank you, Honglu, for not losing and embarrassing me further. Ooh, he has a clashable counter in there. Okay. So the first one who attacks has to deal with that. In that case, ideally we want to start off with all the slowest people. Although we're not having a lot of options, no, because I have a lot of weaker stuff. Neutral isn't great, but I can power counter. Change the odds a bit. Neutral. $15. $13. Might have to go like that. In which case, do this. Oh, that's why it's not lining up, I see. I think that should work. Unfortunately, the best I can really do for that is this. Okay. That took a lot of strategizing, but hopefully it works. Let's hope it pays off, in other words. Pain. Already lost a clash. Okay, that's looking good. Nice. Good job getting past the counter. Feeling good. No, come on! No. Okay, I was about to say twice. Can't do this to me. This is going a bit more difficult than I thought it would, to be frank. Okay, we got on horseback. That's nice. Like last time, I'm gonna have to plan this out slightly. Let's see. This is a really strong move. I think ideally we don't want to use that yet. Generally, those are best used later. 30 sanity is a good amount. But let's stick it safe and just do that. Power counter because it's stronger. That'll work. You just offset it. I don't care enough. And then we got these ones. Lovely. This one has unbreakable coins, so we're gonna go with that. Okay, I was really hoping you wouldn't lose, please. Why? I guess it had 21. You're gonna... Oh. It's not going as smoothly as I'd hoped. I'm still winning. It's just... not by as large a margin as I would have liked. Yeah, you're not winning that. Right, you don't even get to do it now. I guess that's fine. Still holds heads, so it works. Ooh. Instead of being staggered, something else happened. HP does not drop below 1 before the skill ends, so he gets it off no matter what. Gotcha. Also rolls 10, so I can't redirect it very effectively. Not great, but his sanity is also super low. Oh, but it's not until combat starts, so this is stronger than it looks. You know what? Screw it! Screw your 10 speed, it's 5 now! You don't get to win that. Sorry, bucko. What am I feeling? Teleport. Let's not waste that. Oh, no way you lose this, right? I don't like it. I don't like giving it a chance. Just dominate the clash. I don't care enough. Just do it. Okay, win the teleport. Win with teleport. Yes! Messing with odds, man. Sometimes. Alrighty. Glad I did that since it was closer than I would have liked. Nice. One down. You got attack power up. Doesn't matter for you. You're staggered. You're doing defense again. That's fine, I guess. Just get him. I mean, I still want to kill you, so I'm gonna go for that, but otherwise, I don't think you're much of a problem anymore. You don't feel like a problem at the least. Oh, you're using something stronger. I didn't notice that till just now. Go like so. I have hope. Come on! Yeah! That's what I like to see. I'm feeling good, though. I think at this point, the win's in the bag. Especially since his sanity is so low. That's another one dead. And if we get his health low enough, that does do more damage. I don't know if it is low enough. No, not by any means. Oh. What are you doing now? You threw out a cutscene. Oh. The cameraman got confused. That's a nice touch. Oh. Oh. Oh, it's scripted ended. Okay. You're next. And the last one. How strangely confident you are for someone who failed to protect her master. He doesn't know that the sinners can come back from death. Well, now that I've claimed young Master Boyu's life, I should be free to clock out. There's no coming back from a crushed brain. Real shame. Had he studied under my tutelage, he could have matched me in skill. And the intruder disappeared from the room without another word. And after a brief break, I revived the dead sinners. Just who could have possibly sent him? Could it be that Chia Q bloke from earlier? You saw the way he was glaring at the rich boy. He wasn't the only one glaring daggers at Hong Lu, you know. Oh, you alright? If your brain's feeling funny, ask him to turn the clock again. No, it's just that this feels new to me. Whenever I was attacked here, the building felt so infinitely vast. But now that I'm with all of you, it feels so crowded and alive. And that's funny how? Well, I imagine he's saying he's happy we've got his back, paraphrase. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. So canonically, we just lose that. We're fine because he fled. Okay. Fair enough. Kieran! Or Nope, I read the X as a K. I look stupid now. Ignore me. On. Story time. Ziren. Young master, I've brewed some newer tea. Will you imbibe me some before departing? No way, Onglu. Remember how the envelope we received yesterday was torn open? Refuse it. It's okay. I'd love some tea, Ziren. Thank you. Yes, young master. Onglu sips Ziren's tea. Hey, that tea could be poisoned. I know we have Dante here, but you're being too reckless. I wasn't being reckless on account of having Dante around. If I was, and if it really had been poisoned, I would be needlessly hurting Dante in the process. Even if she's become a lot less friendly, Ziren's still Ziren. So I thought it would be okay. That's when I realized that Ziren's odd change in character was reminiscent of those we'd seen earlier in the backstreaks of District 8. Ziren went through a lot of revivals, didn't she? Yes, she's my closest maidservant, so was on the most expensive version of life insurance. So in your way, Ziren's still Ziren, you mean that her memories are intact. Yep, life insurance doesn't actually decay your memory. But still, you slowly erode away, like a stone weathering merciless gusts and rainstorms. Memory shrinks and shrinks, slowly losing its definition until the form itself is lost. It only leaves the faint sensation that the stone was once there, until it was no more. But I hope the faint sensation remains the warm resemblance of Ziren, at least. Ziren quietly cleared away the tea set. We could not tell if she had heard Honglu, or if she cared at all if she did. Regardless, we left her to her job and made our way to the palanquin that was waiting for us to take us to the second round venue. When marching out to meet your foes in a deadly war, normally most sinners would have laughed Otis off for being overly dramatic, but today we were all listening intently to her every word. We've already had several close run-ins with candidates and their factions, and even the formidable Heishu pack. Those experiences were more than enough to convince us that our time to take her seriously. We must first learn as much as possible about our primary foe, the one that poses the greatest threat, if you will, and that is Jia Q. So let us list everything we've learned about that individual so far. Well, we know that he has no problems with blooding his own hands. Remember he grabbed those decapitated heads? And we know that he tried to ensure that both our team and Jiyun's wouldn't participate in the family Hierarch war. We're also aware that he's flanked by Zilu, a mighty Heishu, and Zigong, a strategist. And it seemed like he was the one who sent the assassins from last night too, right? We don't know that for sure, people. Come on. Yeah, we know that he's definitely wary of us, so we should stay on guard. As we all know now, Yangyun is led by 4 ancient and great houses: the Jia, the Shi, the Zhu, and the Wei. Ever since the times before my own birth, this place was a den of political intrigue, a jungle where a single misstep could spell your death. Today, the Jia family holds the most power and influence among the 4. Which means that I was on top of the world, afforded a life of luxuries and leisure, the kind of envious life that everyone looks up to and aspires to attain. But Big Brother Q, he was beneath even the rock bottom of the same world. Rock bottom, a metaphor of odd, perhaps? If it isn't, then I presume he's implying that someone pushed Jia Q to his depths. Yes, many hands pushed him toward the cliff, until there was no more room for him to back up to, until his only remaining choice was to plummet. Brother Q is the last surviving descendant of the annihilated Kong family. Okay. Yet his surname was Jia, was it not? His mother was from the Kong family. Ah, how? My hand was probably one of the many that pushed him off the cliff. I don't know what kind of person to do something like that, Honglu. No need to make excuses for me. Envy and jealousy came about from my grandmother and the elders' favoritism. And where there is a zenith, so exists the nadir. Hiding won't let me get away from it, so I'm going to accept it. Honglu remained placid throughout the entire reveal, as though he was making some innocent commentary about the weather and the clouds going by. In fact, watch out for the ones working for the thumb too. It was Ryoshu who appeared more agitated than he was. The thumb? Oh, you're talking about that walking shithouse from earlier? Lei Hang. You're weirdly worried, Ryoshu. Don't you usually just... It's because he's powerful. Silence descended upon the palanquin. Has Ryoshu ever called anyone straight up powerful before? No one replied. Oh, great! That's reassuring. Oh, no. Lin Dayu. Okay. That was actually surprisingly short. Oh, no! We arrived at the venue for the second round of evaluation. We found ourselves at some kind of deep subterranean area with multiple lifts installed inside it. Some contestants were already rising in those lifts, but most had elected to remain down here and quietly and fervently discuss their strategies. As for us, we were slowly getting used to the presence, drawing the attention of every single person in the room the moment we entered. Contestants must now board their lifts and ascend. Well then, should we get going too? I feel like we're drawing way too much attention, so let's just... But we were stopped by a voice calling us. Great Brother Boyu. No! Why are there such short text bits? Ah, Dayu. Have you been well? I'd seen a child who looked just like her a few times in Honglu's memories. I remember her beaming at Honglu as she made a mound of petals with one hand. But now, she looked on him without a discernible emotion. A spear in the very same hand. Dayu, I didn't think you'd be participating in the family Hierarch War. Have you forgotten that my family cannot exist unless we are at service of the greater houses? I am but a blade serving a clan for the Zhu family. I see. For Big Sis Bochai's family. Yes, I will be fighting in service of others to the last of my days. Dayu. Honglu took a step toward her, but she raised her hand and pushed him away. It wasn't a threat, but her gesture carried such implicit resoluteness that it brought Honglu to a stop. Dayu, I'll be departing from, soon. The elders have commanded me to leave here and experience more of the world. You're leaving? So you leave me now, still refusing to illuminate me the truths about that day. Why? Why won't you stop smiling like that? Then, I hope you'll never come back here again. We shared an intimate bond once, yet all is for naught. Now I am unbound by the heavens, unbound by the dirt. Still lies this heart of mine now, with emptiness wrought. A blossom may be lovely now, but its wilting shades of the blade of woe, the blade of hurt. Our meeting never should have come to pass. You always say things are so difficult and saddening to hear. My own funeral was held long ago, and now having met you for the final time, when we meet our ends here, may we each become a lone thread of formless smoke to be scattered to the winds. With that, Dayu walked away from us. Looks like I forgot to introduce her to everyone. She's someone with whom I had a brief connection in my childhood, though I guess our reunion was made under pretty unfavorable circumstances. That she has come here in service of another candidate means that we'll be enemies the next time we meet. Yi Sang trailed off without vocalizing that sentiment, and sighed. Connections are such fickle things, after all. Honglu muttered with a faint hint of loneliness as we entered the grand lift, enclosed by 4 pillars. The lift rises ploddingly. When I looked down, I could see the other candidates, still waiting for their lifts. looking up at us. The candidates whose fates may or may not intermingle with our own in this battle. Jiaboyu! You will never leave this place alive! Okay, I'm gonna stop skipping through the dialogue, apparently. It's not worth it. No matter what it takes, we'll cut off your head. No matter what it takes. Someone screams bitterly beneath us, but the lift does not stop. I wonder. I have no idea who it could be. I find it funny, you can just tell. Young Hong Lu. Are we to battle villains henceforth in this quest? But to them we are the villains. Then are they to be evil in our eyes? It's a distinction without a difference. Well, whichever is the case, I'm pretty sure that trying to draw a clear line between our enemies and allies won't mean much. It seemed that we finally arrived at our destination as the lift slowed down. We were greeted by the sight that, at first glance, appeared as though it belonged outside, but we were still clearly within the confines of Hongguan. Underneath the blue sky were two metal gates leading to massive, looming structure. Red lights flickered ominously around the building. Looks like they decorated this huge space to look like the outside. I can't even fathom how much money they must have poured into this project. Family Hierarch Evaluations Round 2. A disembodied voice echoed from the speakers with a buzz. Begins now. The door to the lift that carried us up here closed shut. Oh, I finally recognize where we are. You've been here before? This place is the site of the former H-Corp that was once headed by the Kong family. This place still bleeds from the wounds made then. I wonder if we'll be spilling fresh blood over them today. We are surrounded by the loud and crowded bustle of a teeming audience. Is Hong Lu smiling still, as he always has since our first meeting? I turn around to face him, only to see a much younger Hong Lu. The deep sorrow in the child's eyes was about to overflow, as if he were ready to burst into tears. Huh. Interesting. Oh, so this is the dungeon! I see. Okay. I honestly didn't realize we were here already, but it makes sense. Because this is where part 2 starts? Yeah, okay. Okay. Well... Clear rate 20 times. Is part 2 literally just the dungeon? That's interesting. Anyway, we have to get to the dungeon boss from the look of it. Yeah. I know all about that at this point. Let's get more viable people on the team. We can level them if need be, but I'd rather everyone be someone I might actually use. I don't think for the most part. I'll put more of a variety in. I don't think there's a better version of Marisol, sadly. Honestly, though, I think this is pretty good as is. I don't see a particular need to switch anybody out from what they currently are. Let's go in. I know the recommended level is 55, but I'll raise them if needed. So let's begin. Oh, the garden sorrow bearer, a lamenter at the flower funeral. Flower rake in hand, teardrops in eyes. You carve bloodstained tears upon branches floral. I hear yesternight from the garden a song of grief, an elegy for a flower and a bird departing. Availed not to hold the parting spring? Yes. Surrendered I become, heeding the endless woe, sans relief. The word sans is ruined for me so badly, I swear. Oh, that's quite a sight. You know, I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. Screenshot on that real quick. Do you understand now, child? There is nothing you can do. Thus, In the silent, windless sands stood only the desolate ruins of a building, swept through and thoroughly destroyed by a brutal, unstoppable force that was determined to leave nothing in its wake. Remember the day ruin came to the Kong family, who have brought this disruption upon themselves through their grave transgressions. To violate the laws of Hongyuan is no tragedy. As such, it warrants no pity, only humiliation and scorn. This site history stands as a monument to the inevitability of karma. So this is the annihilated Kong family's building? Ishmael asked Honglu, having read the plaque on the building. Yes, it is. And it's no longer in use. So everyone inside this building must have been... What kind of transgressions could they possibly have committed to deserve being destroyed like this? If there was something to lay waste to a building of such magnitude, with such totality, it cannot have been mere strife between syndicates or fixers. Something must have happened here. Nothing less of a war to leave these ruins behind. You're right. It was unusual, even for this city. And that's because the head was here. I can't tell, but after that being pointed out, it feels like the area might be familiar. I could be totally wrong. No, there's... See, if you look in the corner here, there is this table, which makes me think even further that... obviously we haven't been here before, but I think this area has shown up, like, visually in Project Moon stuff before. That's kind of interesting. Again, could be totally wrong, but I think I'm right. I've been wrong before, though. So don't quote me. Honglu replies like it was the most obvious answer to a complicated question. The head. So the Kong family broke a taboo, and the sweepers came to clean anything that was left behind, to erase any sign of whatever was violated that taboo. The head must be a really terrifying entity if the mere mention of it could cause the sinners to shrink so much. As we were ambling aimlessly with this revelation. Welcome to round 2 of the evaluation, brave contestants! A disembodied but sonorous and excited voice broke the silence through the speakers. As there are numerous complaints regarding the possible fertility issues on our previous host, please understand that we'll be taking over as the host with the second round. Looks like this Jiazang got kicked off the host seat. Oh, hold up a minute. Up there. Are they? Don't tell me we've got a live audience. What initially appeared to be a dilapidated rooftop was revealed to be the spectator seats that are installed. They were filled to the brim, to the point where I couldn't spot a single empty seat. Jeez. It would be reasonable to assume they are indeed spectators, considering the way the seats are arranged. There were some unfortunate troubles in the first round, yes, but hey, this is our once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to watch the family Hierarch evaluations live and in person. Is it worth it or what? We want to give as many people as possible the opportunity to witness this history in the making. Alrighty then, before we get the game rolling, please give the contestants a round of applause and cheer. Let them meet this challenge as their best selves. Yeah! Goodness. Holy mackerel, what a shit show. They're sitting on their arses, popping popcorn into their mouths while we're stuck shitting bricks down here. I'm sure they've been placing bets all night. Though I doubt many of them bet on us. They'll regret that. By the way, we're still indoors, right? Didn't we descend deep into the basement? Even if we did ride a lift upward, how come there's a blue sky above us? Honglu explained that we're still within the subterranean area of Hongyuan, but most of the sinners are having a hard time believing that with the pale sky above them. I mean, if you look closely, you can clearly see the sky isn't real. It has edges. It's not real. Though this is a practice limited to the affluent class of Hongyuan, Many of them have taken installing artificial environments within their rooms. In fact, there are several buildings within Dungun decorated to much the same manner. Yes, the road taken to visit the elders is similarly decorated, always so sunny and green. And it feels more like the outside than the actual outside. So what's, that? I realized what Rodeo was looking at was a parasol. It was installed in such a random place that I doubted it was actually there for anyone to sit under. Oh, that's a parasol. Yes, Honglu, thank you, very helpful. I know what a parasol is, alright? I'm asking what the old thing is doing there all on its own. Honglu tilted his head, thinking. A real big shot who brought the claws watched the whole thing from that seat. The four houses left the parasol there because they wanted it to be a lasting reminder. A warning to the remaining houses, too. Reminder? Reminder of what? That we mustn't seek what is not permitted to us. That we should know our place. Live the life we deserve. And part from this world the way we deserve. Said the elders. Shall we enter now? While we all gaped like fish out of the water in this unfamiliar environment, Honglu casually walked ahead of us into the building like he was on a mundane stroll. I know you said you heard it all from the family elders, but you saw everything that happened here, didn't you? All of it. Honglu paused, then turned around. Yes, I probably did. I'm starting to have less and less idea as to what his smile really means. Honestly fair. Honglu is a bit unpredictable. Their goal is to reach the last section of the bottom floor and retrieve the golden bow. The dungeon consists of multiple floors, each rife with events and encounters. Clear the sector at the end of the floor and proceed to the next. Okay, so we know how dungeons work, pretty much. Honglu's level rises to 55. Honglu's uptie and threadspin tiers rise to tier 4. Remember the day Ruin came to the Kong family. Those who have brought this destruction upon themselves through their grave transgressions. Violate the laws of Hong Yuan is no tragedy. As such, it warrants no pity, only humiliation and scorn. This site of history stands as a monument to the inevitability of karma. Coins? Wait, huh. Ranking. That's new. Alrighty then, there's quite a bit of space on this map, but all the modules seem pretty big. So it looks like we got a lot of story before we get anywhere. We just, no. Okay, so we get revealed one sector ahead. That's fine, that makes sense. 3 coins. Okay, so before I start this, I'm gonna go briefly just to have a small snack. I'll be back within like a minute or two, honestly. So see you all momentarily, honestly. There we go. I'm back. Let's get back into reading, shall we? More plot to get through at the very least. Ahem. Which means the result of the second round of the Family Hierarch evaluation will become the final results of the event. In other words, the contestant who comes first place in this round will become our next honored and venerable Hierarch. Aha, as I speak, I've just been informed that the candidates have all arrived safely to their starting positions. Now, are you ready to get round two rolling? Aye! Don Quixote was the only one who gave an enthusiastic reply. Bro. Ahem, now, what must be done? Whack the first bastard we see, what else? This is supposed to be a simple battle after battle, ain't it? Oh my! Looks like we have some hot-headed contestants here raring to go before my introductions are complete. But don't you think it'd be helpful to hear the full set of rules and regulations before getting into the game? You heard her. Dear candidates, please inspect the area near your entrance points to locate a bundle of coins with a rope threaded through them. Oh, this must be what the voice speak of. Pray, what might be the purpose of these round curiosities? What a way to refer to coins. Money? Hey, I hear that familiar jingle jangle. Maybe it's some sort of local currency. Guys, the host just told us to let her finish, didn't she? And now those coins have just become the most important things in the world. Wanna know why, friends? That's because from this very moment, the coins represent how much life each of the candidates have left. Life tokens, if you will. Yeah, thou must make haste to take these tokens of life, young Honglu, that thy life depends on thee. Blood drained from Don Quixote's face as she hastily tried to return the bundle of coins to Honglu, but Heathcliff casually snatched it out of her hands. Let me see that lass. These look like coins, but aren't actual cash. So how are these life tokens again? By now you must be wondering something like, so how are these life tokens again? And you would be absolutely right to ask that question. Allow me to explain the rules of the second round of the Family Hierarch evaluations. Each candidate must keep these coins secured by the rope threaded through them and attach the bundle to their waists. Hiding them, swallowing them, hanging only some of them on your waist, and keeping the rest in your pockets, basically any behavior does not allow them to be on full display at all times, is cause for disqualification. Disqualification makes sense. Oi, take this rope now! Quit faffing about it and tie it around your waist! Weren't you the one who snatched it away? Each of you will be given 3 coins to start the game. If you lose all your coins, you will be immediately eliminated. Young Ishmael, thou must tie the threaded knot upon the bundle of coins. Never let this knot be undone. Yeah, working on it already. I don't think there's any need to hurry. In the second round, you'll have a total of 2 hours to collect as many coins as you can. Might want to get on with it, because the candidates' rankings will be decided by the number of coins they each have. Oh, so that's how I'm supposed to hang it. Be careful with that. Relax, short of a sword cutting through, it's staying put. I've seen to that. 3 coins now hung from Honglu's waist, threaded by a rope. And with that, let the second round of the Hierarch evaluation commence! The second round begins, and the 2-hour time limit begins to count down. Okay, I see the vision. I see the vision. Honglu deals 0.5% damage for every coin. Okay, that's helpful. More story. And it looks like after that we're coming up on abnormality style battles. Temporary alliance. It's one thing to keep our coins as safe as possible from any candidate we might come across, but it also means that our only means of getting more coins is taking them from other candidates. Good point. Unless we're informed of a new rule mid-game, we must also prioritize taking as many coins as we can from other candidates. Yeah, the host said that our ranks are decided by how many coins we have. The subject of the first round of the family Hierarch evaluation has been set to open secret for a long time. To find a clue toward freedom from aging and death. However, the only information that's made public regarding the second round of the evaluation is that it will be a martial contest. Indeed, there may be a secret rules or rules that the host has intentionally neglected to reveal to us. However, it is of high likelihood that, in terms of informational advantages, all participants in this game are equally under-equipped. This leads to prediction that, should we engage in our usual form of confused brawls, we should at least place somewhere in the middle of the pack. Aw, don't be such a downer, Fowl. We gotta make it to the top 2 at least to get what we came here for. Well, at least we're not under attack. Yet. Sinclair gingerly scouts the surrounding area, anxious that another candidate might suddenly jump out of nowhere and snatch all of Hong Lu's coins away. No enemy movements detected yet. Otis muttered something similar as she marched forward, on high alert and standing protectively next to Hong Lu's bundle of coins. Not sure if it's a good thing, but at least the huge size of the building means we won't be running into other candidates left and right. Peeping machines. They're everywhere. I'm seeing some people making threatening gestures at the cameras up here, but please be informed of this rule. If you break a camera, you pay up with a coin of your own. I'm pretty sure she just made up that rule. We should be able to keep moving by following this hallway. But everything, Hong Lu still remains calm. Hong Lu, you've been here before, haven't you? I have, but I don't suppose any other candidates have. Oh, except maybe Big Brother Q. Maybe. Besides, anyone who's ever set foot in here already... Hong Lu stopped. At least we won't have to worry about getting lost, so that's nice. He was absolutely about to spill something before he decided to bite his tongue, right? So guys, I have this weird sinking feeling that I can't seem to shake. That place was huge, right? Like, stupidly huge, right? Like, think about it. We chatted a while on that palanquin before we got anywhere near Hong Lu's room. Yeah, apparently they have deer frolicking in the garden, a whole lake to themselves. Right, so why are they holding the family Hierarch evaluations at some creepy abandoned building like this when they've got more than enough space to spare there? Simple. Art deserves an exhibition of equal extravagance. Okay, but why? Why drag us all the way out here? It's almost like they're trying to show us something. Show us what? The pride and glory of Dangguan. A cautionary tale of the House of the Kong family. So that even the prospective Hierarch and the other candidates would be reminded of their downfall. Who are you? We weren't asking you, intruder. Here to ambush us? The sinners all immediately took a defensive stance at the sudden appearance of a different candidate. Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm not here to fight you guys. Saw you guys earlier, back during the first round. I also saw the interesting healing method of yours. I'm guessing that's what you used to get past the first round of the Hierarch War. Do you know this guy, Hong Lu? No. But I think he's from the Wang family, though. I haven't exchanged many words with him before. Wang Zhao. Not surprised that you don't know who I am. It's not like I gave you much of a chance to get to know me. I was always the type to prefer sitting in my room and passing the time reading books. If he's not here to fight, is he here to make an alliance? Listen here, fella. We're not here to make friends, alright? We've had enough bad experience with that as it is. Yeah, totally, I get you guys. I'm not here to make an alliance either. I just thought maybe we could get to at least travel together, given that our goals don't seem to clash. I'm not actually here looking to become the next Hierarch. My goal is, how should I put this? More like wanting to become a POW cannon in-game of Zanki. I have enough self-awareness to know that even a Jew is too much for me. Let me give you a demonstration. Catch. Marisol deftly snatched the coin out of the air with one hand. Damn! Dang, nice catch, Mar. This is this a real coin? One of those life tokens or whatever? Feel free to bite into it if you don't believe me. Oi, bite into it! That method of material discernment isn't effective for coins not made from soft metals such as gold. Why would you just... Are you sure that's a good strategy? Well... I'm sure our dear host has something to say about that. The host's voice buzzed from the speakers not long after Wang Zhao's reply. Aha! Candidate has willingly handed over his coin to another! Yes, of course, the candidates are permitted to trade coins and favors amongst each other without necessarily having to take them by force. You may use it to convince others to do your bidding, or use them to formulate various other strategies. Then the decision to use coins as representation of tokens is symbolically appropriate. The host doesn't immediately catch on to what's going on, huh? It took her a moment to react to what Ryoshi was doing in front of the camera, too. A highly discerning observation, Executive Manager. It appears that she chimes in to add commentary based on the actions of each candidate. It is to keep the audience informed on the actions of the candidates. I knew it. We don't have to take the coins by force after all. Wang Zhao muttered with some satisfaction once the speakers fell silent again. So, would you like to have this back now? Don't worry about it. Consider it my token of appreciation for helping me figure out the game. Sure, thanks for the coin, I guess. But are you sure it's a good strategy to just give away your coin like that? Probably not, if my goal was to come in first place. But like I said earlier, I'm more of a prey animal than a predator. Prey animals like myself have to remain highly aware of our surroundings and observe. And once you get good enough at that, you'll see which of the prospective candidates should hold the most coins. And that's my strategy. Oh, and that's us, huh? Are you saying that we're the team that deserves to hold the highest number of coins? Hey, I'm starting to feel pretty optimistic. Gee, this is really refreshing to have someone recognize us like this, you know? Prepare to be proven wrong. I don't... He's trying to butter us up. This man is just another boring old wielding schemer. Still, we're already at 4 coins right off the get-go. I'd say that's a pretty good start, huh? We might actually end up coming in first place at this rate. So what do you say? Informational advantage can be a pretty significant variable this early in the game. I follow you, seek my chances to feel out the game, while you gain information. It's a win-win, right? We both got what we want, and we'll go our separate ways when the time is right. What should we do? I don't think he looks agile enough to stab us in the back and steal our coins. Sinclair asks, giving Wang Zhao the side-eye. I think he makes a decent case. It's not like he's offering us an alliance out of the blue. Like he said, I think it's a nice win-win strategy for both parties. Not wrong. The decision is yours, Executive Manager. It does not seem like he has any ulterior motives. Perhaps we could use our superior numbers to demand more coins of him in return for letting him accompany us. Damn. A net profit of 1 additional coin has already been secured. If alliance with an individual causes you concern, it would be a rational choice to simply cut ties while we're ahead. The senator's arguments all sounded pretty reasonable, so I tried to signal Hong Lu, the actual candidate of the family Hierarch War, but... Any thoughts on this, Hong Lu? I think they all sound pretty nice. Yeah, did you hear Hong Lu at all before? He's not a big fan of making choices. His reply is terse, cheery, and thoughtless. It seems to me that he's still unwilling to make a single choice. Let's accept his offer. Otis, please keep an eye out for any signs of betrayal. You may place the utmost faith in me to carry out that task, Executive Manager. Let's do this, Wang Zhao. Okay, Bia Boyu. Bia Boyu! Gia Boyu. Let's. So, are you still the favorite child of Deng Yuan? Gia Boyu extends his greetings to you. Ah, welcome, little Boyu. It has been a while, Boyu. Answer them, Boyu. You're a good boy, Oh, okay. Still as pretty and lustrous as always. He truly is the unchanging, precious jade of Ningguan. You must be so happy to have him, venerable Jiamu. So he's that Jiaboyu kid. Really? I thought he'd look more special, I guess. He's actually pretty unimpressive in person. Oh yeah, Mom told me about him. Shush, shush, child. You can't just talk to him. I think he just looked at me. So why do they all love him so much? Dunno, maybe they painted his insides with gold or something. May it be nice to be loved and coddled by everyone the moment you're born. But why does he look so gloomy? That child will never suffer once into his dying days. Yeah, and I envy for him for it, but I don't know. I don't know why he's such a smileless child. Ain't the memories of for Clockhead's eyes only? Why can we see it too? Wait, you saw that too? It appears that the gradual reconstruction of the golden bow is expanding Dante's ability to peer into the fathoms. Is it? I'm not so sure myself. That is enough for now, Dante. Perhaps these powers will become controllable in the future, to be used as one sees fit. I didn't think this would be how I'd sharing my childhood with everyone. If Wang Zhao has made it into the Dungeon of Fathoms alongside the rest of us, he must have seen Hong Lu's past as well. What are you guys all standing around for? Don't tell me your strategy is to sit here and wait for the whole thing to blow over, is it? But it seemed the vision was for our eyes only. Unlike the Hong Lu we know, the younger version of him did not have even a trace of that familiar smile. His eyes were fixed onto the ground in silence. And that was all he did. It is interesting. I gotta give it that. Interesting. So the more coins we get, the more damage we deal. Which is important. I wonder if, like usual, I can go to all the sections. I usually do. I like going to everything. So that's level 46. That's also 46. So these are both the same. The elements are entirely different, but nonetheless. Hong Lu. Grab these three. Put in you. For good measure, let's add you two. Those two are pretty powerful IDs usually. And we should be good to go. Unexpected, but hi. So these should be pretty basic battles, honestly. I don't anticipate having any trouble. Especially if we have 7 people. It's like, that's barely a challenge. Or a call, yeah. They're most fatal to blunt, but everything's effective. So, yeah, I guess we'll just go for it. Let's go. This should be a pretty easy fight, so we'll get to that checkpoint soon. Honestly, we might have benefited from having less people, since we'd get more sanity that way. I didn't know their numbers. Then again, I didn't check this multiple waves. We'll see. If it's just one wave, honestly, I think we're fine as is. It is just one wave, damn. It's gonna be the saddest showing of a level ever. Like, easiest thing ever. That one, kill that one, that's these two, therefore, like so. We do want to build up sanity. That is the other thing. Because the more we build up sanity, the better. At least later on. I'm pretty sure these checkpoints will take it away. So I'm not too worried about these first 2 battles. But we do want sanity for any, like, checks we might encounter. So let's finish this one off, and then we'll move on. And then I think we'll go to the other battle. So like so, we're done with this. Go here real quick. So once again. It's literally the same enemies. Okay. I mean... a little sad to just give me the same enemies again. Alright, get him, I guess. One down already. So already, we got a pretty good amount of sanity on Don Quixote. There's not really a rhyme or reason to my team. I just like all these IDs. And these battles are so easy, I'm just not bothering. You know how it be. Alrighty. Staggered. Things are going well. And this one should go down. Ah, so close. Why are you wasting my time? Alrighty. Now we can go do that check. That should be fine. A dilapidated wall blocks our path. There's a device on it with the label that says, pick up your entry cards here. Next to it is a dial of sorts. Looks like they won't let us through so easily. Is anyone particularly good with these devices? I can't seem to figure it out. Interface with the device. Okay. I think what I'm going to go with is pretty obvious. Wow, I won! Shocking! Don Quixote fiddles with the dial for a bit. Then, with the loud noise of stone grinding against stone, the device activates. Authorization granted. Printing entry authorization card. An entry card slipped out of the machine. This should probably open a new path to us. Probably. Worn entry card artifact obtained. A new path opened on the map. That's new. Huh. Oh, interesting. Let's use this. Save team. I don't know if it necessarily matters though. Because theoretically we just do this, we go here, we go here. I don't... Interesting. It could also be this that wasn't relevant. Could be an entirely different path later. We'll see. We will see. We traversed down the hallway Hong Lu found, walking in an awkward, depressed silence, until Wang Zhao broke it. I've been meaning to ask, are the rumors true? What rumors? The rumors that Jia Jun lost her Haishu pack. Hey, who knows? Tell me something valuable and I might just hand over another coin. Wang Zhao suggested, gesturing broadly at the coins dangling from himself. Unfortunately, I lost touch with Zijun after we arrived at Hongyuan. So I don't know any details myself. Alright. Okay, I guess we'll see in due time. As you know, losing your Haishu pack is a bigger loss than losing a limb. If the rumors are true, then she must be having a pretty hard time out there. Yeah, June. I wonder if she's doing okay. She'll be okay. Like always, she's a plucky one, after all. Somehow, Hong Lu ended up comforting Sinclair. As we continued down the hallway chatting, we eventually found ourselves before a shut gate. Let's head inside. Okay, short story bit, but nonetheless. Boss fight. Upon entry, you will no longer be able to travel to other nodes of the dungeon. Hong Lu will fully heal HP and SP reset to 0. Okay, I think that's where we already are anyway in terms of state. Interesting. They're all slash weak, so we'll swap over to those IDs. And I guess we'll head in. This place looks like a laboratory. There's nothing left, not even a faint blood fragrance. Though I sense a scurrying rat. A rat? Know who you're talking to before you insult them. Who are you? We're a different candidate's clan. Hi, I'm Boyu from the Jia family. Anglo extended a placid greeting. I thought you had 12 companions, Jia Boyu. So what's with this Wang guy doing here? You've already made an alliance. A thing like you. But we're not allies. Doesn't seem like he's buying it. Doubt he ever will. So is he, Honglu? I'm pretty sure he's from the Shi family, so he must be Shi. There was an awkward silence. Ahem? Wha? Come on, man. Wha? Ah, thanks for the help. So he's Shi. Wha? Something. No! You've been forgotten, bro. I'm so sorry. Good, you're getting there. You're getting warmer. Now let's... What the hell are you guys doing? Forget it. Who gives a shit anyway? If every candidate indeed has the same number of coins, I should prioritize finding weaker candidates like you to steal from. Beyond me, where you even got the guts to throw your hat in the ring for the family Hierarch war out of nowhere. Last I heard, you were roaming the city like some unemployed lout after spending your years holed up in Dangwon. So what brings you here, huh? Had enough of the city tour? Luckily, I never had a moment of boredom. I found so many marvelous and interesting things out there. Like, did you know that there are people out there who sleep on roofless rooms? Asshole! Think you're funny? I swear I'm gonna eliminate you here. You sure know how to make friends, young Master Boyu. Alrighty. Let's go. Interesting. Sheila! Even here! Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Okay. So it looks like they do have a solid 7 actions, so ideally everyone should be helping this turn. Let's do that. This isn't a good move. I think we're gonna have to go to the power counter and make that odds better. He has a few unbreakable coins, but he also has no charge to consume. At least there's that. That looks favorable. Can't attack that one with that. It's annoying. We'll go with this. And we're gonna have to hope on this neutral. Or I could use Ego, but I don't really want to use Ego this early. So these neutrals are gonna be... Yeah, no left. Okay. Oh, and that one? I mean, it didn't do much damage because of the idea I chose, but still. Alright, either way, the rest of the clashes look to be going way better. The first two, not so great. Ideally, we'll start wiping away some of these lackeys, and then we'll have less to work with. He has some charge now. It looks like this is the only enemies. I can't toggle this at all, so it's good to know at least. Honestly, it's like your weakest move. I'd rather just neutralize it. I guess there's not much point. Anything else you can contribute to? I could probably do one of these. And there's you, which you have relatively weakness, so we'll do that. Honestly, just don't attack the one that's doing a counter. Guy has some strong stuff, man. I don't know if I have anyone that can roll that high. At least not on hand. I might legitimately have to do an ego because I don't have much to outroll that. If I do that, you are going to take the counter though. Which, not terrible, but also I would like to get rid of it. Not that one. I guess we'll use this. Not much in terms of other ideas, so I'd just rather not let all of those unbreakable coins go off. Just is what it is. We got some. As we take out more of these guys, I think we'll get more actions to spend on the actual threat, so that'll be good. Getting closer, it's just not quite... Oh, come on! And sometimes it doesn't go well. Oh, I see. Do that. Unfortunately, sanity-wise, they're doing pretty well. Much to my dismay. Still, we'll do our best. Keep getting up there. Sanity is proving harder and harder to come by, unfortunately. At least we got some multi-hit in here. That helps. Nice. Get some more sanity in. Well, that clash could have gone better. In with this. Power counter, offset. Please win the power counter. Thank you! That is very helpful. And can we get off? Yeah! I figured that should work, but... okay, at least we got rid of him. That's good. That's not great. That's something that would go better. Didn't. Really running out of guys, at least. I'm mostly seeing if I can just stagger him. I hesitate. But I don't think I can get both of them out, so I'm not... Oh, it's so close, but the other two I had to deal with these. Maybe it was a waste. Maybe I should have. Either way. More important, I stagger him. Dang it! Got some significant damage in him, nothing else, but... I don't know, I might have screwed myself slightly. These are decently strong moves he's using. Two of my people being staggered is not great. I don't know. Oh, come on! What was that? How'd you lose that? Bro. Bro. Joking me. How am I doing this poorly? Just kill him. He's so annoying. Not hard, annoying. I'm eliminating you this turn, here and now. We're not living again. I'm not letting it happen. No way, bucko. Do that. If you survive this, it'll be a miracle, frankly. Not really. Still, like, 200 is not a lot of HP, but... So I'm hoping this works. Bro's just standing there. It's a ghostly apparition countering him. I love that. A bit of counter. That's fine. He's so close to dead. Hold on. Frankly, easy. There. Like, don't even do that. I'm just gonna kill him. Then we get rid of the rest of you. Just as easily. Good riddance. Oh, we just win based on that. Okay. Perfect. Now, hand over your entire coin bundle. Cough it up. I know you don't have many. But if you take all my coins, I'll be eliminated. Yes, exactly. Are eliminated candidates subject to summary execution here? That wasn't a rule. It looks like some candidates have finally had some exciting run-ins with one another. As a reminder, the goal of this game is to collect as many coins as possible within the given time limit. Sure, cooperation and alliances are all well and good, but when negotiations go up in smoke, might becomes a pretty reliable fallback plan. Don't you worry though, the shadows Hong Yuan hiding in the corners of the arena will safely guide any coinless candidate out of the building. Oh, by the way, resisting them is kind of a terrible idea. I heard they're faster to act than to talk. They must have heard the high shoe here. Or placed the high shoe, rather. What the hell? That's bullshit! Of course, if you lost more than your coins, your life, for example, I suppose the high shoe will be escorting your corpse out of here instead. You heard her. Would you like to have your corpse escorted out, or would you rather leave on your own accord? Fine. My coins are yours. Take them all. Aha! A candidate from the Shi family has been eliminated from the game. What an overwhelmingly dominating display of charisma from an opposing candidate's clan member. If you've been eliminated, please come out to the hallways, forfeit your weapons, and wait for further instructions. Please note that any eliminated candidate loses all rights and privileges pertaining to candidates of the family hierarch evaluations. And... oh, I remember now. His name's Shuazen. Darn it all, hungry. We're already up to 7 coins, huh? Hey, that's not bad. Let's wrap this up ASAP and get the heck out of this creep house. We are beset in all directions by sorrow and tragedy. This appears to have been a laboratory for an unknown purpose. Yusang's eyes scan over the various machines that are messily strewn about the room. Kong family's laboratory, most likely. Yeah, we saw the plaque earlier. Apparently, their entire family got completely annihilated after presumably breaking a taboo or something. Going by what Hong Lu said earlier, and gathering from what we heard about the Kong family so far, it sure sounds like they're all dead. It was in the time before the Jia family wielded as much power as it does now. Boy, the Kong family really was something back then. Outputting a constant stream of new, groundbreaking boluses with all kinds of unique qualities can't have been easy. But they somehow managed it back then. Because the Kong family had made such an impressive contribution to the city as a whole, even past the boundaries of Hongyuan itself. The other families had no choice but to watch in awe, as it stood like a mountain so far above them. Yes, I heard that they delved into various research subjects here. Well, despite all that glory, what awaited them at the end was a tragedy. So there's no record or evidence of any kind of left that could tell us what kind of experiments they carried out down here? Nope, it all got purged. Anything to do with their experiment has been practically atomized by the claws that came here. Perhaps, in search of the novel, they failed to notice the avarice spiraling out of control, a recurring development among those whose passion is research. For a while, people from the high and mighty families of Hongyuan refused to even look in the general direction of this building. They thought it was heretical, that it would bring them misfortune. Of course, I was pretty young then, so that's all the adults told me. Do you recall aught from then, Honglu? I was also very young, only 10 years old, so my memories aren't very clear. But I recall. I recall the day when the weight of the avarice broke with the heavens above and the earth beneath the Kong family and smote them. But our existence is as fragile as paper, bound to fade away into nothingness just as they have. So, I guess that's why we should always be mindful of excess, to empty ourselves that we will not overflow. Honglu spoke so calmly and clinically about the day when countless lives were lost. Thank you so much again, everyone who is here today for the Kong family and Hongyun's eternal prosperity. This must be a recording from where the Kong family's complete annihilation. Let this experiment be a resounding success for us, so that everyone in Hongyun will be a step closer to achieving immortal life. Do know that our success is a guarantee. So we would like to ask all research personnel to put their very best into every project. Okay. This place is very different looking now. Jeez. Do you see now? It was not a matter of formula, but rather the process. The order of formulation that diminished the efficiency of the previous bolus. Let me demonstrate by example. Directly mixing two diametrically opposing ingredients, safflower, which carries the element of fire, with fleece flower, which carries the element of water, will cause a repelling reaction. What does the Kong family do in such a case? Use white peony, or gold in between in addition to another ingredient so that they may coexist. Yes, a rudimentary application of the bolus production methodology. However, one thing we must know is that the law is forced by our ingredients is not defined solely by the 5 phases and 8 trigrams. Through the 5 phases are correctly aligned. Ingredients each imbued with elements of the sexagenary cycle, distinguished by the heavenly stems and the earthly branches, all exhibit different effects. Another aspect to this art to consider is the space-time itself is a variable that modifies the laws by which yin and yang operate. Thus, even if the same recipe were to be followed to the letter, the hour, the minute, and the second during which the bolus is combined affects its quality and characteristics. So that's why following the same family recipes could yield boluses of varying effects. You must also remain wary of where one stores the boluses once they are completed, and when to remove them from the shade. Do keep in mind that a wise forger of boluses always remains acutely aware of the harmony and discord that exists between ingredients. You certainly have an exceptionally high degree of expertise when it comes to boluses. I cannot help but always depend on you so. You're the only person who ever come up with such innovative ways to forge the boluses. You've managed to untangle this side effect in a matter of moments, when we've struggled with it for months. We cannot help but feel a tinge of shame before you, skill. Consider this boon good karma for your vast and profound generosity. It is all thanks to your wisdom and acumen, Venerable Jiamu. You deserve every reverence and admiration for coming this far, armed with nothing but your skill and wit. And as they admire your achievements, they'll find hope as well. Of course. No one could have possibly foreseen that declaring the Shi family would produce the next Hierarch after all. Especially someone without a proper clan. Oh, that's not what I had intended to convey, Venerable Jiamu. If I had offended you by any chance. Worry not, for you have spoken true. I understand that it was all thanks to the Kong family's generosity that I could rise. I know better than anyone that you could have easily eliminated me before I had the chance to ascend to the seat of family hierarch. And you would have done so had you wished to further solidify the Kong family's position here. In fact, our hearts were truly stirred by the most unexpected outcome of the family hierarch war. You have clutched victory with nothing but wisdom when all odds were against you. Not to mention that we are greatly appreciative of all the assistance you have so graciously provided us. Save your compliments, please. I am only honored that you saw any use in my insignificant tricks. After all, our collective pursuit is to prolong the eternal prosperity of Hongyuan, is it not? Grandma, are you making boluses again? Indeed, little boy you. There is karma to be repaid. And do I have to keep coming here with you, Grandma? Yes, this beautiful scenery will not be complete without you as its witness. You have frequently this place with regularity, Li Honglu. Yes, grandmother often brought me here to play, hand in hand. Oh, are you guys done collectively spacing out? I've been thinking while you were gone. And I've come up with something quite interesting. So, since the results of the second round are decided only when time is up, I'm sure there are candidates out there coming up with strategies like collect a moderate amount of coins, find a nice hidden corner to lie low, wait until everything blows over, and we might just walk away with this with a decent rank. Know what I mean? There are many points of failure to that plan, but it would indeed be appropriate strategy for candidates who are not so confident about their odds in open combat. Right. But here's the thing. Wouldn't it make for such a boring show if most of the candidates were hiding and doing nothing for a majority of the game? I mean, they even made a show of gathering an audience for this song and dance. There must be... I sensed a very subtle vibration the moment we walked out of the lab and into the hallways. Wang Zhao must have felt it too. He stopped in his tracks and looked around. Hold on. Do you guys hear that? Well, looks like this is where a brief fellowship comes to an end. It was a short but sweet exchange, Jiaboyu. But I don't think you're the one who should hold the most coins. What? Once the games end, I hope we'll find what we all came here for. We weren't planning on sticking with him through the entire round, but... yeah, that's a bit sudden, huh? I guess it's better than a full-on betrayal. What, we're going our separate ways? Just like that? There's no time to spare worrying about him. Attention! Full speed sprint toward the 3 o'clock direction. Go, go, go! Huh? What's that? Oi, tell us what's going on! Eyes forward, the walls are rising from the floor! Goodness. That's when the host's cheerful voice again began booming from the speakers, excitedly explaining the situation. Let's keep things interesting with a new rule! And this one for you, dear viewers, who might have been bored out of your minds how safe the candidates were playing things. Starting now, the walls are going to start closing off some rooms and corralling our candidates with every set interval shrinking the arena. If you somehow end up trapped in a room, if you fail to make it to the shrinking arena, well, that's an elimination, of course. Of course. Looks real chaotic out there. Now let's try to not push your luck and get yourself stuck in the walls, okay? It'll be one hell of a cleanup job. You have to scrape and scrub your bits off the walls. Better get moving. We began sprinting full speed to where the walls were beginning to rise from the floor. The host's snidey, chipper tone taunting us the whole time. Oh, looks like some of you didn't make it. You were so close too, and ouch! I spy a candidate who's been separated from her clan in the chaos. Whoa! Try not to lose your coins in the chaos. Great. Great. Got more coins. That's nice. Got more story. No, look. Oh. I see. I see. Okay, okay. So now we're restricted to this area. Makes sense. I'm guessing we can't actually get closed in by the walls. That makes sense. Second temporary alliance. What's with all the alliances? I swear she's gonna get a fist to her face before we leave this place. Man, I really could have done some cardio with you guys. I missed a line. My legs were screaming at me to take a seat and rest, but we simply did not have the time to sit still. We've got no choice but to keep on running. Honglu, this place must not have offered much of a diversion for you as a child. Was it not drab or tedious? Grandmother really knew a lot about boluses. Every time I was here, I would watch her take the command of the room, fiercely bringing about a storm of directions and orders for the research. So no, it wasn't drab or tedious, and... Honglu? Thinking back on it, whenever grandmother summoned me to visit this place together, I think I felt a bit of happiness. Why? That's when Otis suddenly came to a stop, raised her fist, and motioned away in a way that caught everyone's attention. She'd been walking ahead of the vanguard. Stop, stop. She saw something up ahead. Figure up ahead. Solo. Hopefully she's a candidate who's been separated from her clan. It should be easy coins for us if that's the case. Otis muttered with a bit of anticipation. It really seemed like she was in her element here. Don't worry, Otis. I'm acquainted with her. However, contrary to Otis's wishes, she was not one of the candidates. Oh! Hi! She's a bodyguard of the Zoo family candidate. Why are you here all alone, Dayu? How funny, I was just thinking about you. You... For the briefest moment, Dayu's eyes looked at Honglu with disbelief before hardening into a stern expression. Ah, I must have alarmed you. Apologies. The walls came out of nowhere. Excuse me. My inattentiveness has separated me from the rest of the clan. So, you have no idea where the rest of your clan or your candidate is? No. But if a different candidate finds you here alone, they will attempt to eliminate me, though I am but a follower, because it would be beneficial to them to do so. Dayu, then, have you been waiting here all along, waiting for someone to follow you to return? Yes. I suppose I did, in the brief that I was simply waiting in the same place we became separated. They would eventually came back for me. A foolish belief. The arena is constantly shrinking. They wouldn't take the risk of going back here just to pick up a straggler. Of course they wouldn't. The air between us had become palpably awkward with impressive rapidity. I suppose it could be said that you have a certain advantage over the other candidates here. You're more familiar with this place than anyone else, are you not? Silence again. Just like then. Like when you refused to tell me anything to the end. In all those years I was in your service after a complete annihilation of the Kong family. Boyu! Big bro Boyu! Come here! Here! Ah, what happened now? You're looking so glum again! We were still gonna play the game you like today, right? Oh, don't tell me. Are those meanies back at it again? I'll kick their butts with this new move I learned yesterday. No, it's okay. Don't worry, Dayu. I still don't understand why they say those things to me, but I still think I could be their friend one day. Young Master Boyu, do you know the whereabouts of Venerable Jiamu? She said she'd be back at the lab for a little bit. Oh no, that's not good. I have something to tell her. It's actually, very urgent. I need more of those boluses to maintain this body, but she wouldn't return any of my attempts to reach her, so I thought I would pay her a visit myself and... Claw! Hi! Oh, I know a claw when I see one. Are you okay? Big bro, hide behind me! He's not from Hongguan. Yep, claw. I see. She must not have discarded her clone for over a week. Foolish girl. I've warned her time and time again to either the clone with the clone brain or the original must be discarded within a week of production. It seems that she cannot bear to relinquish this new body of hers, unburdened by the ailments of both body and mind. Grandma, is there anything we can do for her? The head will not suffer those who have broken their taboos to live. This is the omnipresent terror they cast over us. They are always watching, always primed to appear no matter where you are. Even as you eat, even as you slumber, even as you are wed. Their circumstances matter not. The context is meaningless. If a taboo is broken, they will be there to carry out the sentence. Almost as if they are the executioners of the natural law. Let us leave here, Boyu. Be careful, don't touch her! I think she's gone. She's not breathing. But look, her eyes are still open. I want to help her close her eyes. It's too cruel and sad for her to be all alone. Even in her final moments, looking at this lonely place. Boyu. Then come here again tomorrow. Then again the day after. Grandma brings me here every day anyway. It's going to happen whether I want to or not. Why would you say such a thing, Dayu? Because whenever I see you, I see the face of someone who's about ready to leave this world forever. Okay? promise you won't leave me here alone either. I'm just as scared of this place as you are. It feels too big, too vast, but just by thinking about playing with you, flying kites with you, it makes me feel a little better. The restructuring day has begun, it seems. I hate these restructuring days. I hate the sound of the bells. Rest easy, little boy, you. For these restructuring days will not touch us. Dangguan only expands. It never shrinks as the homes of the poor do. Grandma, do you think Dangguan could change? What has prompted this question? Because I want Dangguan to... Goodness! That's, grim. Are you okay? Stop the palanquin! Please help me pull him up, he's gonna fall! What? I'm sorry? Young master, it's too late for him. Helping him now won't do any. How can I just turn a blind eye and pass him by like nothing happened? He's right here, in pain. Please help me pull him up, please. Little boy, you cannot save them, let alone everyone. And if you cannot save everyone, it is wiser to not try at all. I know I can't save everyone, but at least this one person who's about to fall, please. You struggled to move past this during the last restructuring day as well. So, has your struggle managed to serve even a single life? No. Still, Grandma, still. Try then. It would be much better for you to learn this lesson early. Oh, that was glimpse I actually skipped over. Still, interesting. What is it, little boy, you? I must have been mistaken. I thought I saw someone watching me. Once the memory faded, Lin Dayu stumbled before leaning on a wall. What was that? Visions of the memories I never wished to see again? Wait, she saw that too? Did you just see that too? What kind of... Dante, perhaps this is another feature of the previously discussed expansion of your abilities. So does that mean I can show our sinners past to non-sinners too? And it's totally out of my control? That possibility cannot be entirely dismissed, but it is unlikely that your abilities activate with no discernible pattern. There must be a condition that must first be met. I wonder what that might be. Wing Zhao from earlier seemed unaffected by it. A possible connection can be drawn to the rising level of one's emotions. The visions, even when they are activated for the sinners, are brought on by certain emotional triggers. In such case, an individual who is part of a powerful memory that causes the sinner's emotional state to drastically spike could trigger a resonance effect. Hong Lu? Dayu. I ended up leaving you all alone in Dangguan, in spite of your pleading. So, your resentment is justified. You know that's not what I wanted to hear. Nothing. You refused to tell me anything about what happened here on that day. Your only response, a smile. And I see that hasn't changed. Hong Lu's only solace in these unwilling visits to the laboratory was that he got to spend time with Lin Dayu. After that day, you've wasted your days away, locking yourself within the bounds of Dangyuan, never leaving its premises even once. And when I inquired, you'd only make a sorry smile, not giving me an answer all the same. Until one day, completely out of the blue, you said you'd be leaving Dangyuan. You weren't the one who lost those who were important to them in the annihilation of the Kong family. In fact, did you ever truly care about anyone to begin with? I keep skipping dialogue and I hate myself for it. There was a silence. Her questions were sharp and thorned, but Hong Lu made no attempt at making excuses or denying her accusations. You're right, Dayu. You must have suffered so much worse than I have. So much so that I can't even begin to imagine it. But even if you were to learn of everything that happened, what will that knowledge do to heal your pain? All this suffering, all this joy, they're just moments, bound to be lost in time. Trying to catch what is destined to slip away will only bring pain to your heart, nothing more. I know. But what I really couldn't bear was, it's just what happened to you that... Apologies. I must have lost myself in the moment. It was improper of me to show an emotion to a candidate who's not my master or even a relative. Please excuse my impudence. I'm really sorry that you're having to bring this up in the middle of a serious discussion, but don't you think we should probably get moving? Enough time has passed. The walls will begin invading the space soon. Dayu, why don't you come with us? Only if you'd like to, of course. At least we could run into Big Sis Bochai again. Tossing me a pinch of pity and party, very different words. No, because this place is too dangerous to be alone. If I travel with you, will I see more of those bizarre visions? Well, I don't know. That was the manager's power, not mine. I'd like to recommend against going through more of these visions, but I won't stop you. Then please excuse my intrusion. I will try my utmost not to be a burden to you. Interesting. Only one choice. I'm not gonna edit the team. I've been pretty happy with what it's been so far. Interesting. We go here, and then we have a choice. Although knowing me, I'm gonna go everywhere. More combat. Honestly, I think our team's pretty good for what it is currently. Let's just go. Try a bit of combat. There's a suspicious looking door to the side. Should we check out what's inside? Yeah, what should we do? Your choice, self-appointed class president. Heathcliff replied nonchalantly. Well, alright. Let's head right in then. Oh, that's quite a visual. Yep, okay, fair enough. Yeah, smooth moves, Ishi. Let's pretend none of that happened, turn around, and keep walking. What happened? I just didn't expect that, you know? So, does that mean we can move on like nothing happened? Or is it a case of no backseas? That's when the host's voice, after a long silence, suddenly began buzzing again. My oh my! A certain candidate of his clan is elected to bravely open a mysterious door, only to immediately slam it shut in fear! Right, so I won't name names on account of it being a rather embarrassing display of spinelessness, but hey, I'll give you a chance to rectify that. Manager Esquire, we must open the door once again post-haste. An agile craven shall be made if we do not act swiftly. Don Quixote ran up to the door and began bouncing up and down with genuine panic. We did see something pretty ugly looking in there, but it wasn't abnormality or distortion. I didn't feel anything like it around here either. I don't know, that almost makes it worse. It might seem like the host is here to make some goofy commentary on us, but everything she said so far has had at least one grain of truth to it. Let's check out what's inside. We won't know what's waiting for us unless we actually face it. Ishmael, now motivated to make up for her earlier blunder, confidently opened the door. The same type of coin received at the beginning of the game is hanging from the entity's neck. Another demonstration of Marisol's impeccable observation skills. You're right. Why is it wearing a coin? Well, given the circumstances, we can probably gain that coin by kicking this monster to the curb, right? We desire only to repent an eternal repentance. We desire only to repent an eternal repentance. The thing endlessly repeats an unknowable mantra. It sounded at once desperate and hopeless. They're certainly not abnormal beings. Yeah, that's what Dante just said. Hong Lu began as though he recognized them. They're people. Hong Yuan's condemned. The condemned howled madly as they charged us. Interesting. Alright, let's get that coin! Maybe even coins. They all have one. It is just 3 enemies. Nothing serious. Okay. I suppose. Go for it. So far, so good. They don't seem all that strong. Do they have any weaknesses of note? Nope, nothing. Except for bloom damage, I guess. But otherwise, it's all pretty general. Fair enough, I'll take it. Makes my life easier. I will manage. Nice. Some good damaging. Honestly, just finish them off. I'm thinking we're probably good at this point. One down, 2 down, and the third's gonna go down inevitably. We have way too many attacks coming for it. Winning! Alrighty. I am probably gonna have to wrap up stream soon, just because I have Deltarune tomorrow, but I'm at least gonna try and finish this floor. With a simultaneous click, the coins hanging around the condemned's necks clattered to the ground. As many candidates have realized by now, this game provides its contestants many, many ways to obtain those precious coins. You could gain them by competing in battles in some special rooms, or aha, another candidate has obtained some coins. Despite the host's energetic voice, we couldn't help but be disturbed by what Hong Lu said. The condemned? What's the implication of this particular choice of denomination, Hong Lu? Years ago, the elders have told me of many, many old fables and legends. Then, a rooster's crest is grafted over the visage. A goat's hooves move beneath the legs, and an elm tree's branches extend from their arms. Thus, closer Dengguan's grows to a boundless eternity. Experiments regarding expansion of the bolus technology, is it? I haven't seen it myself, but I once heard that there's a laboratory beneath even the basements of Dengguan, built to research secretive and valuable boluses. And they experimented on these prisoners. It's not exactly a unique practice among wings. I believe that even the smallest speck of greed lies at the origin of all this misfortune. What the heck would more fortune be? I do not believe that the definition of immortality that Hong Yuan initially sought is the same as the one they seek now. What took you so long, big bro boyu? Sorry, Jia Mu's experiments went on longer than I planned. That's so cool. I want to see what they do there too. No fair. Why are you the only one who gets to go in there, bro? I'm a fast learner too. I'm not going in there to learn anything. Then how come? I don't know. I'm just there to watch. That's weird. It's not like you have to work or anything like we do to live a nice, bro. Maybe it's because you're a precious jade of our family? Hey, GF1, I told you not to say anything like that, didn't I? Want to see the new moves I learned yesterday? Sorry, I won't do it again. Anyways, today we're going to play a ball game. Here's how it works. We're going to start by kicking the ball at each other, and the one who lasts the longest without dropping the ball wins. What's the point of playing a game like that? Because it's fun. Duh. I want to play a bolus making game. Gather a bunch of sand and pebbles and leaves and seed to make a bolus. And the best bolus wins. No can do. Remember, I'm from the Lin family, and you guys are from the Gia family. Children of these noble families shouldn't play a nerdy game like that. Big bro! Bro, wanna come play with us? Oh, little Juan, I'm sorry. As much as I would love to join in this very serious game of yours, I don't think she'll let me play. Dayu's going to give you both an earful about the rules if you drag me into the game. Isn't that right? Gee, Juan, you're trying to pull me out of the game, aren't you? Fine, fine. Let's just play bolus making game once we're done with the ball game. And tomorrow we'll play whatever Big Bro Boyu's favorite game is. How's that for a plan, huh? I'm good with anything, really. What do you want? Here's some homework for you. When we meet tomorrow, you better have come up with something you like, okay? I understand that I may be letting the impatience get the better of me, but how certain are you about the plan regarding the 13th branch of the Haishu Pact? Have I ever let you down? Ultimately, a family's power comes from the Haishu they wield. Yet ever since the olden days, there have been but 12 branches of them, which is what maintains the stalemate between the great families. Yes, the Haishu are the shadow of the Daiguan, their most dexterous and capable limbs, yet they have their failings. An immense physical cost follows their explosive strength. Even if you wield the Haishu Pact, it is difficult to expand their numbers, as their popularity is strictly controlled by the Haishu Zerens of each branch. Indeed, no one could even attempt to create a new branch, for the Haishu Zeren have concealed their unique bolus recipes. Yet I am wise to the ways of bolus making and armed with the Zeren's insight. With help from the Kong family, this is certainly a viable endeavor. The Kong family once led to the forefront of the city's medical sciences with bioengineering achievements, you know. You must know that your family's place in the city is quite precarious. There have been developments for easier treatments, better modifications, superior singularities are rising from all the corners of the city. At first, they were only subjects of study and research, but through various applications, many of them are now entering the stages of mass commercialization. H-Corp will fall by the wayside if its current trend continues, and one day, it may even decline so far as to pray to a war of the wings. Hongwon hides many valuable secrets, as they are often passed down from generation to generation. Certain areas within the territory will even lead to the ruins as well. Many wings even consider us a treasure chest to be cracked open. For the city to fear Hongyun, to fear the Kong family, you must wield absolute power. A power that perhaps a new branch of Haishu with mass production capabilities could provide. Would you keep this a secret from my wife? I would like for this experiment's success to be a happy surprise for her. In truth, we received news from the doctors that we have managed to conceive a child. Thus, if we were to coincide that event with the discovery of this new auspicious path forward, what was once considered an impossibility, would it not be happy cause for all Dangguan, no, Hongguan, to rejoice? If you require any assistance, materials, or people, simply say the word, and thus Kong family shall provide. So, shall we let this be a secret between you and me? Duly noted. I'll prepare a special bolus to celebrate the birth of a new life. This seems a good time to return home from the day, little boy. Grandma, why do you look so happy today? The doltish fish has snagged the bait I've been preparing for a long time! What? My offer must have been far too tantalizing for them to simply let it pass. The Kong family's pretentious overconfidence remains a marker of their bloodline. They have done well hiding it underneath a veil of generosity, but one's nature cannot be overcome. Now, let us hurry. The Reverger Inn awaits us. Lin Dayu had peered into the memory as well with the rest of us. Ball game. She fell into a brief contemplative silence as she seemed to recall a long-forgotten memory. I remember you won that game. I remember it was because it was the first time you ever beat me in a game of physicality. I remember being covered head to toe in sand. I remember Jie Huan whining about it being a little scratch on their head. So we did. Hong Lu muttered as though he was talking about something that had happened an eternity ago. Dayu shook his head, shaking herself from the reminiscence. 13th Taishu branch. What is it? This has to do with the taboo, doesn't it? Dayu, much time has passed since then, but no matter what question you ask me, no matter what reply I give, it will not give the answer you want. That is not up to you to decide. You will never find what you seek, so why even try to gain it? And for what? That is why I reply to your questions with such meaningless inquiries. That is why I do no more than observe. Honglu, are you okay with seeing all these memories? Honglu tilted his head to the side curiously, as though he couldn't understand why I'd ask such a question. I don't think it's a matter of whether I'm okay with it or not. It just feels unfamiliar. It wasn't a memory I wanted to forget, nor was it a memory I wanted to recall anyway. The emotions I felt then feel so distant from me now. I feel like I'm looking down at them from somewhere high up. So I don't know what to say to a question like, are you okay? Because I have nothing more to change. It may be gathered that from Honglu's memories, it was Jia Mu who was the first to make the suggestion of researching the 13th Haishu branch. However, it also appeared that the desire was mutually shared by the Kong family as well. Yeah, but it doesn't seem like they were driven mad with greed like the plaque suggested. They certainly had ambition, I won't deny that, but still. Right? I know I only have this vague feeling to go on, but it seemed like they really wished the best for Hong Yuan. What I have come to realize in my almost 30 years of life in here is that it's exceedingly rare to find a leader who is generous in both character and temper. Most refuse to give each other themselves a chance. Everyone's so blinded to everything but their immediate profit and interests. So the people of the Kong family, at least the ones I remember, sought to give others a chance, at the very least. It was only by their support of our Lin family, formerly so insignificant, could become a family of guards because they prioritized selection by merit, not by nobility of their births. But once the Kong family was eradicated, every family other than the four pillars lost any means of upward mobility. So when I heard that they were simply gone, all because they were blinded by greed, it felt as though I was just a child then, but I vividly remembered that crushing feeling. It was devastation, because I no longer had any place to return to. Man, I've been dealt a heavy hand, huh? Must have been hard out there. Regardless of these revelations, however, the family Hierarch war was still going. With Gregor's succinct words of consolation, we moved on from the area, away from the rising walls. Okay. There we go. And as I figured, we now have a choice. Granted, I'm fairly sure we could backtrack still, but I'm not sure. It's a bit hard to say with the walls. Because it's hard to say where the walls will exactly happen. So let's do what we can. Let's do another normal battle, real quick. I want to get as many coins as possible. I'm determined. Ooh. These ones have red. I'm guessing they're different. We'll treat them as normal, because honestly these guys weren't that threatening earlier, so I don't imagine even a new variant would be all that threatening. But you know, we'll see. Going pretty well so far, I'd say. Already got one staggered, honestly. Just damage. Just finish them off at this rate. 3 turns at most, probably. That's how long I see this going. Use it twice. Let's go. Yeah, they're basically screwed. Maybe not entirely this turn, but next turn they're doomed. They just are. Perfect. Okay, got some more coins. Nice. We're gonna go here now. Abnormality battle this time. That's fine, I don't mind it. Okay, a bit trickier, but not too bad. Sadly, we don't have a lot of pierce. So we'll probably use that primarily on these ones. That is their weakness. But honestly, these should go down real easy. These two are the more durable ones out of the set, so most of the attacks are going to go to them, but I think I'm mostly just working on building sanity. No reason not to. Damage is certainly up there. So this should be able to kill you just all at once. It's Pierce, and strong Pierce with that. Get the other one with Slash, because we don't have Blunt. Only so much I can do. We don't have access to Pierce this time, so we're gonna have to just go for it. And the rest of you attack this one. Staggered. Dead. And the rest of you attack the other one. Odds are looking good. It might take a sec, but you know, we'll get there. One more turn and it should be over. Perfect. I'm feeling pretty good. Okay, let's get this one next. Just get all the battles out of the way. Alright, we got some different Abnos. Or rather, not Abnos. There's so many turns at this point. They're monsters. That's all that matters. I don't have enough actions to really pose a threat, so we're just kind of going for it. Get some more sanity on you. I haven't really been paying attention enough to sanity, in my opinion. I think I could do better keeping track of it. But it's fine. We'll manage. Just roll good numbers. That is the goal. Ooh. That's right. Alrighty. With a bit more, we should be good. In my opinion. I should do some serious damage. Yep. That should be good. Let's go. Perfect. Oh, it's nice to see clashes go smoothly. Alright, let's go up to here. There are several talismans glued to the wall. I can feel the wind blowing through a barely visible crack in the wall. Maybe there's a hidden passageway here? The sinners take a moment to investigate the room and find a wall with conspicuously arranged talismans of different colors. Oh, these must be the colors of each of the cardinal directions. Looks like we'll need to peel these talismans in the correct order. Should we try peeling the talismans? Sure. Go for it. There's something written on the blue talisman to the west. Looks like they're including that this is the first talisman to be removed. When I remove the talisman, the walls begin to shake. We should remove one next. Oh. Is it literally just the order on the wall? So, I mean, in theory, we started off with the blue one. So, the red one, I guess. I remove the red talisman to the north. The walls are now shaking with greater intensity. Which one should I peel next? Center. Remove the yellow talisman in the center. The walls are now shaking with greater intensity. Which one should I peel next? The one on the east. Remove the white talisman in the east. The walls are now shaking like they're about to crumble at any minute. There's just one talisman to peel. South. The wall crumbles, opening a new path forward. I find some twinkling coins strewn about the debris. Let's go! There's a new path on the map. Interesting. Oh, there's a rest point. Alright, I'm still gonna do this one. Because why not? Do everything. Ahem. You must be Jia Boyu and his clan, right? I got separated from my faction when the walls suddenly bursted from the ground. Can you help me find where the rest of my faction is? Hey, if you help me out today, I'll look out for you when I become the family Hierarch. Come on, man, help me out. Oh. Nah, I want your coins, buddy! Just as I was about to explain to the sinners that we don't necessarily have to fight! I mean, do we necessarily have to help him? So instead I make the suggestion to the sinners that we should probably beat him up and take his coins. Most sinners not in agreement. What the hell? Seriously? You're gonna fight me? Do you have any idea who I am? I am eminent Shi families. The sinners begin beating him up before the conversation gets any longer than it has to be. Combat encounter. Give me your coins. We'll probably win this pretty easily. I am honestly not worried. Do these guys even have a weak slash? I'll probably do more damage that way then, but I don't think that's particularly worth it. So let's just kind of go as we are. I don't anticipate we'll have many struggles here. And most of our sinners already have sanity, so this should be an easy fight. No problem. One down already. And they have the counter, but I'm not particularly concerned about it. Nice. And one more. I want your coins. Give me. Honestly, just damage. Kill them all. See if I care. And they're doomed. Pretty securely doomed. Woo! Easy coins. Yeah. Alrighty. Now, is this actually a choice? Or the wall is gonna close. See, I'm still paranoid about that. Up has a checkpoint. I feel like crossing in this room, it's gonna block off. I don't know why. Screw it. One speaks a hollow lamentation. The other yearns in an empty desire. One is a moon on the water's surface, a reflection, and the other is a blossom's image in a mirror. Flowers have bloomed over the bodies of the prisoners. I don't see any movement. Looks like they're all dead. These flowers possess an augmentative qualities of H-Corp. They will most likely provide some advantage in the battles to come. Which flower should we pick? We don't get to know. Nameless herb, because sounds cool. Pick up the nameless herb. The herb transforms into a small bolus. The other flowers blossom in the mirror. Let the prisoners rest in peace. We move on after paying our respects to the dead. Okay. Not like I could have known what these were going to be, but that works. And we can, in fact, go back. And these all lead to here anyway, so it's like... Let's go down here, screw it. We enter a new room and see a bound prisoner next to a bolus on a table. There we see a candidate standing around as though they've been waiting for someone to arrive. Now we have the chance... Now we have enough people for the special game to commence. Please direct your attention to the bolus on the table. Observe it well. It is a bolus currently in development here at H-Corp. It is yet to be commercialized for mass market use. Apparently it can help restore your vitality when taken, but let's test how true that is, shall we? Do you think this is indeed a successful new product, or is it a failure? It's time to place your bets with your coins. Guess, is it a success or a fail? No. Candidate who gets the question right gains all the coins in the pool. Oh, you... There's not really any way for me to know. Tuffy. It's a failure. We're gonna go with that. I have no idea. The other candidate bets on success. How many coins should we wager? I gotta put my money where my mouth is. Alrighty, let's check what happens then. First swallows the bolus, but they look to be at peace. We wait longer, and the flower growing from the condemned grows more vibrant. Ah, wonderful! The bolus was a success! No! I'm a cheater. I'm a cheater. I'll do this all again real quick. Hold up. I'm cheating. You don't get to do that to me. My coins. I'm very stubborn when it comes to this stuff. We're not that far from it realistically. If I go down, we can instantly get to that path. It's fine. And then we get it right, and we can press on. Make my people stronger. Specifically Honglu. One battle down. Yes, I am this petty. I'll make this as quick as I can, though. Hi again. Heal, yes. Good. Riley, he's here. Alright, let's go for it. I'm honestly not gonna pay these too much thought. They weren't that hard. Just a few simple battles. Staggered, nice. Especially since that went as well as it could have. That one's dead. Nice. Okay. Honestly, not much to go now. Get rid of that one. And the rest of you focus these ones down. Dead. We should be able to take this one out. Right? Yeah, there we go. Perfection. As far as I'm concerned. Yeah, we'll fight you. Again, give me your money. We'll take all of it. Which is mine. It wasn't even a hard battle. Perfection. I like these odds. And the rest of you go down. Perfect. Alrighty. Okay. And that should lead us to this. Here we are again. It's a success, apparently. 3 coins, because I know the answer. What? Oh, it's random. It's freaking random. Okay, new plan. New plan. I have to beat all these guys again. But we're gonna take advantage of that checkpoint. I'm gonna leave that one choice that's random for last. And then just keep going back until I get it right. I'm getting the coins. I'm stubborn. I will never surrender. You cannot make me game. It's not happening. You got it first try? No. The gamba is not paying off so far. I'll figure this out one way or another. Okay. One down. We do need to unlock the level in the first place, I think. I guess either way I have to go up. Let's just go up. I'm basically going to do everything except the gamble. And then we're going to go to the checkpoint. And hopefully the checkpoint doesn't summon walls. It'd be appreciated. Oh, I jiggled the camera. Apologies. Good job, Hongdu, on that rolling a 5. Very helpful. Cannot believe this. Feels like I'm being trolled, even though I'm clearly not. Okay. We go up here for the shortcut. This one was at least simple. Yep. And I believe it started with the blue one. So next is red, so north. Followed by center, followed by east, followed by south. Perfection. So that opens that. Might as well. We're just gonna get the nameless herb again. I don't really want to change my choice per se. Plus, I was pretty happy with it. We're not going to the rest point yet. We don't have that bit unlocked. We need to do this first. But then I'm ready. Honestly, just damage. I cannot be bothered. I should have gone for win rate. Then they might have targeted more than one. Still, it's not like these guys are particularly threatening. Wow, so much damage. Look at this. I'm dying. Real. Ay, ay, ay. Y'all are really bad on your own at this. Okay. Alrighty. Honestly, I think we just finish them off. Easy win. Easy win. Alrighty. You know, I'm gonna do the rest in case the walls do come up. That way, at least I only lose out on this. Because I'm paranoid. And also I have to do them anyway. So. Why risk it? There we go. That's better. Win rate seems to be the way to go. Unfortunately, Pierce is not as effective against those guys, which sucks. Lots of trouble with doing this without thinking. They won't be as efficient, sadly. But that's just kind of a cost that I have to bear with. More sanity. Always good. Not go wrong with that. Alright, that one's dead now. And sadly no one else targeted. Oh well. Finish it off. Perfect. Alrighty, alrighty. Do this. Hello there, sir. I'm stealing your money again. Give it all to me. This is a robbery. I don't care about your counters. We're getting this done. This is a robbery. Okay, did you just stagger one of my people? Onglu, get him. No? Okay, I was about to say, you should. You killed somebody, so you gotta use it again. Almost there. Okay. As long as I'm not beaten by walls or something, this plan should work. And if I am beaten by walls or something, I will be sad. It's almost enough to make me not want to risk it and just sit here for hours gambling. But no. I'm gonna try and play it smart, and if the game outsmarts me, oh well. We'll live with it. Perfect. These ones should go down easy. Luckily, these are more not really gonna have to think enemies. My team decimates. Goodbye. Alrighty. Last one before we hit the checkpoint and hope it doesn't close today. And like before, we're just going damage. Not that we have sanity to worry about anymore. Everybody's pretty much maxed out. Also, good job one-shotting the enemy. I guess not one shot like one coin, but one skill. Still impressive in my opinion. And clear up the rest of them. Sadly, I think Mutilate isn't going to work to do what I usually do with it, but meh. Whatever it takes. Are they really gonna live another turn? Wow. I'm a little surprised. Just one live. Oh. Oh, there's more. Okay. Got it. It's not gonna force me to start thinking about it, but certainly a thing. Get him. Get him. Perfection. And that one should get staggered. No? Just barely not? Really? Okay. I mean, you got staggered by the next skill, so I'm surprised. And one more. Oh no, what will I do? It's going way too well, honestly. Alrighty. Next up. Next up, we're taking a risk. And I can still go here. Let's go, double time. I win. It's been a lot of success. 3 coins. What happens? Let's go! Can't beat me with RNG. It's not happening. 4 coins. Perfection. And just like that, we're good to go to the boss fight. Interesting. Slash, presumably. Yeah, slash. Well, our team is pretty well acclimated to that, so go for it. Ooh. There's someone here. Damn it. Had to run into a different candidate now of all times. She's Quigshan of the Wang family. You're hurt. Who did this? Jia Q. I barely escaped him. Why'd he have to come back, disappearing from Hong Kong like that after investigating the annihilation of the Kong family? I thought he'd never return, so why now? He almost took all of my coins. Was he carrying many? Yeah. To the point he was running out of space to carry them. That's not good. Jiaboyu. We sacrificed so much of ourselves just for this day. Just for the family Hierarch war. Meanwhile, you could have continued to live large outside Hongyuan, so why? What are you even doing here? What more could you possibly want? Please, just give me those coins. Please. Come on, you don't even care about becoming the Hierarch. It's not like something like you do with all that power. You're not wrong, but I'm sorry. I don't think I can give you my coins. That's it. Listen up, rich boy. If some sod thinks they're smart prattling on about shite like that, you don't apologize to him. Ever. You let a club like this do the talking instead. Using a club would only show the resentment in their, or grow rather, the resentment in their heart. But at least it'll make you feel better. I never needed to feel better. Heathcliff is confused. Then, I swear, I'll use what remains of my clan to take what's yours, Jiaboyu, and seize my opportunity once again. Because I'm going to survive, no matter what. If you insist on drinking that poisoned chalice, then you leave us no choice. Wang Shan stumbled onto her trembling feet, weapon in hand. Okay, that's what you'd like to do. I beheld 2 different eyes, one of Hong Lu, who was willing to let the flow carry him away, and the other of Lin Dayu, swirling with a kaleidoscope of emotions. Interesting. Alrighty. Let's get on with it. You're a bit injured. You look You looked a lot more injured than you actually were. I'm just saying. Let's see. I can't even... It's fine. I'm not gonna bother attacking the ones that are just... Oh. Maybe I do want to get rid of these. Because of the game... 20... no. Let's just ignore them. It don't matter anyway. Get rid of the ones that are actually dangerous. That should do us good. Woo! Yeah, you aren't winning this clashes, buddies. Sorry to say. It's just a fact of the matter, though. Ooh, already staggered. I do wonder if I actually have to kill them all or not. It could well be a case of just kill them leader-wise and bam, you're good. Let's see if we can kill him this turn. Obviously, let's use weaker stuff and just whatever we need to. Honestly, I'm not all that concerned. Should even take him out. It's mostly dependent on the... Oh. Or you could do that. You just caught me completely off guard. Okay, so he's gone. There's 10 enemies now. Alright, so we're gonna have to kill all of you. Suddenly I have more reason to attack this defense. Thanks. That'll work. That'll work. Go for it. Honestly, just get them. They're not that threatening. I mean, obviously I'm still gonna go for sanity, but... Not all that threatening of enemies. Y'all got this. I believe in you. How did you... It was going so well, and you just lost suddenly, bro. I didn't bother. Or Hong Lu gain more sanity. He does more damage. Fortunately, it's a gamble. A gamble we lost, because you can't roll heads once. Very close to death, that one. Still, it's working. Still, so much for my efforts to end the battle early. Okay. That. Nice. One down. Oh, come on, please. You serious? It had minus 36 sanity. How? I was so confident. And this should already make it weaker. Oh wow, good job, buddy. You did so much damage. I'm so proud of you. You're all going down. I'm not... Can you please just win once? People! Should not be happening. I'm leaving it at that. Win something. These. Guess they're saying, actually they're negative points, aren't they? That's why. They want to roll tails. That's why they're doing so freaking well. Hate you all. All of you annoying enemies. Die! Why don't I have you clash? You already have sanity. Extra attacking. Ooh, you're dead, buddy. Honestly, gambling Hong Lu's doing pretty good. Still gonna bet on it. Let's go win. No! I hate you. So much. Did barely anything. Just die. Y'all are like the most annoying enemies ever. Thank you. We're managing, it's just, it's annoying The battle's annoying more than anything, honestly. It's not difficult by any means, that's for sure. Just die. Like, bro, you got nothing. Thank you. Good day, frankly. Okay. We took Wang Qing's remaining coins. Well, that's not a lot of coins, but hey, it's still... If I fail here miserably at having accomplished nothing, they might kill me when I get home. I have to do something, anything, to be a proud sister to my siblings. Come on, let's just leave her and keep moving. It's not like getting eliminated is an instant death sentence. You don't understand, Jiaboyu. You've done nothing but watch all your life as this fight defined our entire lives. No, I understand. And I never will. Without a reply, she shambled out into the hallways, weeping. So all that passively and talk about not getting angry wasn't because you were a nice guy, huh? You're more difficult than I thought, Honglu. Am I? It's getting more and more likely that we'll be running into the other candidates as the space around us shrinks. Yeah, and another thing. It's getting clear that every second that the biggest threat to us now continues to be GQ. Let's hope we never run into that guy. Oh, so that's it, huh? We've had our 12th elimination! Yeah, then all the mediocre candidates must have been eliminated by now. The remaining one's gotta be a tough bunch. Anyways, there are certainly a lot of posters around the lab here. They were gonna present their research to the public, huh? Yes, they were. Typical. I guess researchers just can't help but showing off their achievements, huh? Well, too bad the sweepers and the claws tore through everything, even the posters. Hang on a minute, why are these posters untouched? They did not destroy the posters. Once they are put to a task, they are extremely thorough about erasing any evidence of the taboo having existed. But the fact that these posters remain would lead to the conclusion that the experiment advertised on these posters is an entirely different one from the experiment that broke the taboo. What the... how? Simple. The experiment is unrelated to the annihilation of the Kong family. Then this Jia Mu must have prepared an entirely separate experiment using the Kong family's support, with an escape plan just for herself too. I remember those posters, and how excited everyone was the closer we got to the presentation. Waltzes made by the Kong family were always performed beyond everyone's expectations after all. Oh, more memories! Venerable Jia Mu, may I ask why you continue to bring young Master Boyu to this place? I don't think he's even old enough to understand what these experiments are for. Not to mention, it might be quite troublesome for you. You ask a question with an obvious answer. The experiment will define the destiny of Hongyuan itself. It is only right that the Jade of the Jiangshuan is here to witness such a great undertaking. I see. Now that I'm looking at young Master Boyu, he's not much of a smiler, is he? He looks so much better with a smile on his face. He's the precious jade of the family, after all. His existence itself is precious. This jade will shine when the time is right. In the meantime, draw your focus entirely to the experiment. Right, I see what you mean. Not this experiment, but the experiment. That reminds me that we really don't have much time. They say that every clan under the Kong family is quite excited about the announcement. Yes, indeed. The time is nigh. The time is nigh indeed. Interesting. Alright, we got more coins. Okay. And that's the end of the floor. How are we doing position-wise? We got 54. Okay. Or... oh, hold on. No, some people have done way better than us. Also, it's strange to me that there's stuff over here. We just never... Am I crazy? Forever away over there? Huh. Now I can't help but wonder. Either way, I'm going to be wrapping up the stream in a sec because it's plenty late. I've been live for a long time. I'll definitely be continuing this soon, but Deltarune's coming out tomorrow, so I'm probably going to stick to that. And then we'll move on after that. But for now, I think this is where we end things. We're going to go down to nothing left. And we'll go from there. One bit more story. Okay, the end of the game is nigh. The stage shrinks once again. Looks like today's cardio day for everyone, huh? It shrinks and now it's corralled the contestants to a floor below, to the basements. Things are really getting interesting from here on out, so don't take your eyes off the spectacle. This place looks even more deserted than the upstairs. This is just another lab, but I wonder what they did down here. A notable difference is that there is nothing left in here. That is a correct observation. This is where it must have begun. Everything that was connected to the taboo. The number of remaining candidates is still shrinking. We only need to collect the coins. Do not lose sight of our mission, no matter what. Otis gave us a consistent and constant stream of encouragements as we moved from room to room. Okay, short bit of story. Fair enough. Oh, progress has been saved. Let's see. Okay. Interesting. Very interesting. I guess we'll get into whatever this is next time, because I'm all out of time for tonight, quite frankly. As it is, I have to be up in like 5 hours for Deltarune. Anyway, let's finish this off. Next time we'll be continuing through this dungeon, hopefully finishing it, if I had to hope. But yeah, we've got a lot of climbing to do and catching up. We're yeah. Anyways, let me switch screens real quick. So, that was another episode of Limbus Company. As far as things go, I'm not sure where things are going to go from here. It's a bit of a mystery. But I'm intrigued, and I'm definitely having fun with this so far. So with that in mind, thank you all for tuning in. Much appreciated. Hope you enjoyed, as always. I'll be back again tomorrow, this time for Deltarune, which is really excited. I look forward. But in the meantime, thank you all for tuning in. It's always much appreciated. And I'll see you all in the next one. Have a grand rest of your day, night, whatever it happens to be for you, as always. But I'm out.